catching a reflection in the mirror of something standing in the corner of my room, watching me, observing me. Is it my imagination or insanity? A strange hum, a flash of light. I'm overcome, nothing but fright. Otherworldly beings taking me in the night. I'm an extraterrestrial hostage tonight. I wanna run, but I can't move. What do I do? What do I do? Where are they taking me? Where are they taking me? I'm an extraterrestrial hostage tonight. I wanna run, but I can't move. I don't feel real. I wake up in my bed. Was it just in my head? Looking at my hand, there's something there. Inside of me, I'm feeling oh so scared. Confusion and nasty fear. It wasn't just a nightmare. So loud, so bright, hypnotizing me figures lost in time. I'm tortured, surrounding me tonight. I'm an extraterrestrial hostage tonight. I wanna run, but I can't move. What do I do? What do I do? Where are they taking me? Where are they taking me? I'm an extraterrestrial hostage tonight. I wanna run, but I can't move. I don't feel real. I wake up in my bed. Was it just in my head? Where are they taking me? I'm swelling in me. Where are they taking me? Anxiety rising. Was it just in my head? Paralyzing panic. Was it just in my head? I'm an extraterrestrial hostage tonight. I wanna run, but I can't move. What do I do? What do I do? Where are they taking me? Where are they taking me? I'm an extraterrestrial hostage tonight. I wanna run, but I can't move. I don't feel real. I wake up in my bed. Was it just in my head?
When the hunger wakes me, I live to feed. With the darkness surrounds me, shape shifting in the night, stalking you. Does my face seem familiar? My back tell you more. Will I change you or will it end you? And the power that I have can give you eternal life. Death doesn't know me. I become eternal. When the hunger wakes me, I live to feed. With the darkness surrounds me, where the mist, she follows me. I walk alone in the night, watching you, following you life I was still. I become the living dead. I own the darkness and no heartbeats inside of me. I become eternal when the hunger wakes me. I live to feed. With the darkness surrounds me. Entombed for 3,000 years, wrath growing in me. I have lived an eternity, suspended in darkness. Release me. Time have run out. Curse fills the room. Curiously open my tomb. Rising from the cradle of death, my sentence has come to an end. Release me, release me, wasting and running. Release me, release me. My curse is your curse. Death is the gift I bring. Revenge in my hands. I feel no remorse. This is the mummy's curse. Release me, release me. Wasting and running. Release me.
A dreaded flag, a vengeful sea. Be careful what you say. There's always someone listening. The Dutchman tossed on the sea. I swore and the devil heard me. Now we're doomed to sail the 7 seas for eternity. So yo ho lost his face, said you'll be doomed to this place. The devil heard my oath, shame of my boast. Oh, a ghostly ship from the depths, freedom from fear is the only gift of death. Yo, let the ocean winds blow, the line forever we must tow. We sail through them, cursed and condemned. Yo, let the ocean winds blow. If you cast your eyes, you'll join us like those before. We're an omen of the ocean night. When you see the flying Dutchman, it's too late for your soul. To the waters we gave now our breath. Yo, let the ocean winds blow, the line forever we must tow. We sail through them, cursed and condemned. Yo, let the ocean winds blow. Yo, let the ocean winds blow. The line forever we must tow. We sail through them, cursed and condemned. Yo, let the ocean wind blow. The blackest of hearts, the vilest of thoughts, watching your every move. I'm obsessed with you. Twisted thoughts erupting and slowly decaying. My jealousy, my envy is tearing me apart. A wicked man and his wicked deeds,
Masquerading as a child
a
of light.
monster with his cruel needs,
Envy he cannot
as he
fight.
dances with his sick fantasy.
What is done in the dark will always be brought to light.
Slithering around the murky green swamp, voodoo priests enchanting the dance, making deals in the dark. The laughing spirits and all that they haunt. A wicked man and his wicked deeds,
Masquerading as a child
a
of light.
monster with his cruel needs,
Envy he cannot
as he
fight.
dances with his sick fantasy.
What is done in the dark will always be brought to light.
A foul smell in the air, oceans fill my lair. Deception lurking and waiting, with envy in my eye. My spirits ascend to spy. Voodoo is the ritual, odor fills the room. Smoke-stained walls, and the energy is gloom. A wicked man and his wicked deeds,
Masquerading as a child
a
of light.
monster with his cruel needs,
Envy he cannot
as he
fight.
dances with his sick fantasy.
What is done in the dark will always be brought to light.
Twisting the truth, for there is none in me. Weaving dark magic all through the night. Tears of envy, my jealousy ignites. Darkness encasing alive in the night. My lying tongue grows fatter with every deceitful breath. My soul is rotting and it tastes like death. A wicked man and his wicked deeds.
Masquerading as a child
A
of light.
monster with his cruel needs.
Envy he cannot
As he
fight.
dances with his sick fantasy.
What is done in the dark will always be brought to light.
The cloaked deceit. This is my life, I'm doomed to repeat. A treacherous heart, and be growing in me. I wish I was you, with everything that I do. A wicked man and his wicked deeds.
Masquerading as a child
A
of light.
monster with his cruel needs.
Envy he cannot
As he
fight.
dances with his sick fantasy.
What is done in the dark will always be brought to light.
Reaching out to the filthiest of scum, wishing I was him, not the man.
Oh, so sorry, folks. Sorry for keeping you waiting so long. I didn't realize the time, and I was on a call and work, of course. It just takes up an inordinately large amount of my time. But it sucks. I feel like we're, I don't know. I feel like nowadays, I think not just us, I'm not complaining about just our situation, but I think everybody is working more and making less money. And it's been like that for the last few years. It's just gotten worse and worse and worse. Golly, it sucks, dude. Everybody's broke. We have people that owe us thousands of dollars from our job, and
The only people who are making a lot of money are
get them to pay
people
us.
who are making a lot of money to begin with. So
Yeah, and it's and it's class.
Mhm.
Because you have the people that are really, really rich, and they have always been rich,
yeah,
and they're not going to lose anything. They're not, and
I
then
mean,
you
they
have
don't
the
care about
people.
inflation.
Mm-mm. It's called old money.
Yeah,
They've always had it. And they always will. So they don't have to worry about things like we do. They're not normal people. And I can tell you this, though, folks. There is one thing that is worth money, and that is gold. And this is not an infomercial, and I'm not being paid to say this. I am not doing a paid advertisement. But if you invested in gold, like I told you to, well, then you might be doing okay, because that's what I'm about to do, is sell a bunch of it. So I invested in lots and lots and lots of gold. And silver. Pounds and pounds of silver. That's what you got to do. No, you got to sell it. So it's a shame, but it is what it is. Yep, there's got to be a better way. This system is completely messed up, dude. It is. And Bounty Hunting Bear says, I think it will get temporarily worse. It is. It will.
yeah.
Gold is $3,000 an ounce, but if you go to sell it, you got to sell it over spot. You'll get over spot for it. So you go to eBay. What does it look like on eBay right now? We got some people in the queue ready to bring them up. We're going to let some people join in, get here people to the show here.
So the 5 gram bars are going for about $530, $550, anywhere between there.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
So you're looking at 10 grams. They're going for about 1,100 probably. Hmm. What is it? What is an ounce of bullion going for on eBay?
I don't know, on eBay. I just looked up spot.
It's Morgan. Less corruption or more chances to take part in it. Yeah, I don't want to take part in any of it.
Ounce is going for about 3,200.
31, 32 on, yeah. So it's about 100, 200 over spot. And somebody on here said, "Don't sell yet." Okay, when do you suppose that we should start? Because if you're like me and you're thinking like, you're gonna sell it, it's gonna wait till you hit 4,000. When do you suppose that is, or is that ever going to be? Because they could say one thing and do it, and another thing happens. I don't think that it's. I could. My opinion right now is it could go to 4,000 by the end of the year, but it's going to take some very drastic things to happen first. The stock market is going to need to tank further. Okay, it hasn't tanked completely yet. Platinum and palladium have always been high, and he says they're going to skyrocket. I don't doubt it. I mean, anyway, speaking of all this, so we have a new idea that we've come up with for the Patreon. The Patreon members, now listen to this, okay? Because we have to figure out a better way than just saying, hey, let's do a show for the Patreon people, you're already getting a lot of content, so that so you get the merch or whatever, but we want to do something that's more special, not just giving you the tumblers too, but for those who are willing to do like a $50 tier, like at the highest tier, Anthony, was it what did we decide yesterday with Tony? We were talking about this.
So we were gonna do limited runs of these jerseys. And I think we were kicking around the idea that the $50 tier members, that they would get theirs customized, like with their name, and the rest of them would be just like the rest of them would still be Patreon exclusives, but they'd be like they just say they wouldn't have customized names on the back of them. Or so we're just kicking around different things that we can do specifically for the $50.
So we
Patreon
ordered
members.
those yesterday
Mhm.
for us so we can see how they are. So we got like a little, whatever you want to call it,
Test run, I guess.
So we're going to see how they look and how they come out. We were supposed to get 10% off, and they didn't.
Yeah, their math wasn't math.
Their math wasn't correct, and I'm like, that's already not a good sign. It's a different company because mass producing them at 7 Clay, it's too expensive because they were doing the patches.
Yeah.
So we're gonna look at the print on this and then go to 7 Clay and say, hey, what do you think of this, and see what they can do. And we're gonna try to get the best price. But to get a jersey, these are jerseys, right? And they look really cool, and they got a lot of really good reviews. But we'll see, because we'll see how it comes out. But it's going to run, for us, the price is going to run like $70, $75 for that. So, and that doesn't really, like I said, we tried to, if you bought more and they didn't give us the correct discount.
Yeah.
So I'm sitting there going like, well, what is this? So I don't know what we're going to do. And the businesses are just, everything is slow. Everything is slow. We had these. We were going to start giving those away and then selling the ones that weren't Patreon, whatever. So we thought that's a good deal, but then we forgot about the tariffs, which have now come into effect. So what do you do now? I don't know. But people still keep having encounters. People still keep doing whatever they got to do to survive them too, I guess. And so it's not necessarily a good thing, but we're going to keep exposing it as long as it happens. So that's what the show is. So here's David Buckles. He says, I would buy a PRT baseball jersey with my name on it. Well, we can get you that. And we'll show you in the next, I think what they said, 7 to 10 days, business days.
Yeah.
So about 2 weeks, we should have those, and we'll see how they look, and we'll facilitate you trying to get those, with your name on it. We don't know. I did not hear that. Somebody said, "Did you hear they brought dire wolves back?" I did not hear that.
Wow.
And it looks like our first person up was Tony, and then another guy named Benjamin. When Tony returns, we'll put him on. There he is, sitting down now. Let's see if he wants to jump on here. Red Denny says your interview with really is over 60,000. Wow. Well, that's a good thing. Here, hey, Tony, how are you doing? Can't hear you.
Okay. How about now?
There it is.
There he is.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm doing pretty good for an old guy.
Yeah.
I'm located in Temple, and
Okay.
a bunch of my family's from the Rockdale, Thorndale, Taylor area.
Oh, cool. Awesome.
When you talk about some of these places, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
And been there.
Cool. So what do you want to talk about?
Well, I was just going to check in and let you know that, I was raised out in the country, and I can remember back being a little kid, there was a big creek bottom that was about 3/4 of a mile in back of our farm.
Mm-hmm.
And at night, you could hear some really strange noises. It was almost like a woman screaming. And we used to go hunt down there, and we never could figure out what was making those strange noises. And I don't know what kind of creature was down there, but every once in a while somebody would lose one of their farm animals, and or get one of them that was looked like it had been scratched up, had claw marks down the side of the animal, and it had gotten away. But there's all kind of stuff down in those creek bottoms, because it gets pretty thick down there. In fact, it's called Big Elm Creek. It's out of Temple. Mm-hmm. It's kind of like Brushy Creek over around Rockdale, Thorndale.
Yeah. And it's crazy that Brushy Creek is in different parts. Like it goes all the way from west of Austin, and it just goes on and on all the way to Rockdale.
It goes all over the place.
It's crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny if you look at an aerial map of a lot of these creeks, they just snake all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I was just looking at a map of the Lampasas River, and the directions, all the turns it made. Long back in the 70s and 80s, I worked for the Santa Fe Railroaders, now BNSF. Railroad was an engineer, and I saw some interesting things because most of the trains run in the middle of the night because they work on the track during the daytime, or they did back then when I worked. And supposedly we don't have mountain lions around here, but I can tell you we do because I've seen them. Mm-hmm. And I've had them cross the track in front of me. A cat's about 5 feet long, got about 3 or 4 foot tail, and it's funny to watch them jump a 5-strand barbed wire fence out in the country. It's just like water flowing over a dam. They're real graceful animals. But I wouldn't want to meet one of them out there at night on the railroad.
No way. It's funny that you're talking about the cats, because I was just about to bring up the cats in Temple and Belton area, because there have been people who have seen these cats out there in Temple and Belton, and they're black, not just the tawny colored pumas that we see. We see those around here in Austin. I saw one out in West Austin back in 07, 08 or whatever.
I thought it was black.
It was black. Yeah.
Yeah.
I have not seen a black one. And I know at least 24 people who have, and that's a lot of people to have seen that I know of, that I know have seen them here. So there's no doubt there's a population.
Yeah, I've got a friend that has a ranch over around Marlin, Texas, and
Mhm.
they've got a black one over in that area too. That they've 3 or 4 people have seen it.
Yeah. When you were growing up, and since you're from this area, what kind of stories did you hear growing up about all this stuff?
Well, you hear all kind of crazy stories, especially uh, in the woods that there were, I think the old people used to try to scare you. And I think I've heard
Mhm.
you kind of talk about that. Uh, that was one way to kind of spook the kids and keep them in line. And you never know what was straight up.
Yeah, yeah, because they played around too much. Yeah.
Yeah. And so you never knew what was on the level. And you talk about the cats in this area. When my mom was still alive, she lived in North Temple after she moved to town after my dad passed away. And she lived kind of like on the edge of North Temple. And there was a female cat that had 2 cubs that was in the area off and on for a couple of years. And it actually jumped people's fences and got their dog
Oh,
and
yeah.
took them out. And there was a real problem with that. And a number of people saw the cat with the cubs.
Mm.
And but it finally, we just quit hearing about it. I guess it migrated on. I'll never forget one time there was a U.S. game warden that rode the train with me between Temple and Brownwood, and that's a wildlife corridor. I didn't know that, but he
Mhm.
told me that there's animals that travel from down in Mexico all up through the center of the United States, and they travel down the railroads a lot
Yeah,
because a lot of times the railroad is away from stuff, uh, and it's easy to travel. And
yeah.
I can't tell you how much wildlife, over the years running a locomotive out in the country. I've seen packs of wolves. I've seen cats. Uh, you know, wild hogs, all kinds of stuff.
Mhm.
Coyotes, tons of coyotes. And it's funny. They like if we leave Temple going somewhere about 1:30 in the morning, the coyotes would be coming into town to raid the trash cans. And you get come back into Temple, say if you got back at about 4:30 in the morning before it got daylight, they'd be heading back out in the country. It was funny, and they'd be coming down the railroad right away.
I got a story from somebody not too long ago who claimed to be a train conductor, and I don't know a lot about that. I have a friend that I haven't talked to very much in the last few years, but I need to get in touch with him or somebody, or maybe you can answer this because he says that he's seen all these wild things on this one particular. He didn't. It's not like all over the place, but it was one particular area, and he was telling me that the train always ends up stopping there. Like there's always a problem. Something happens. This is a story that he gave me, and I
Yeah.
wanted to see if somebody knew that they could help me confirm if this is a thing. But I like I said, I don't know a lot about it. So when you're conducting a train, how many are there of you? Because he said there were 3 people. That was it.
Okay. Back when I first started out, there was an engineer, a fireman, which was kind of like an assistant engineer or one
Mhm.
in training, or you might have already been through the simulator school and was an engineer, but they had that position available. Then there was a conductor, a head brakeman, and a rear brakeman. The rear brakeman and the conductor rode on the caboose when they had cabooses. The head
Mhm.
brakeman, the engineer, and if there was a fireman, they were all up on the locomotive.
Yeah.
And I was an engineer. So I rang the bell and blew the whistle.
Okay. So when you see a train going out at night, okay, and it's just hauling coal or cotton or whatever it is around here, it's that kind of stuff. But what how many people are on that train now?
Now there's only 2.
Too.
They did away with the caboose, and there's just a flashing red light on the end of the train nowadays. And they did away with the two brakemen. The conductor rides up on the head end with the engineer now, and on the BNSF, most of your conductors have been qualified as engineers as well.
Hmm. Yeah, because he was saying that there was only like 3 of them. Man, I didn't go into real big detail about it, and I'm not doubting your story, sir. Not you, but the person that if he's listening or watching. Because sometimes people will say, "Were you talking about me?" I'm like, "I'm not talking." No, I'm not trying to say that you're not on the level, sir. I'm just saying that for the person that gave me the story, he said there were 3 people. Now I got to go back and look if that's them in rotation or how they do that. I don't know. But he said there were only 3 of them. But when this train stops at this particular spot, which it has multiple times, there's always something weird going on. So is that true? Like, and I've heard a few people that have ridden on trains. I haven't sat down and did a whole, we were going to do a show about it a long time ago, but we ended up talking about a ghost, like people that see ghost trains, like these things were just, it's weird. Like, and, I don't know. There used to be one that went through Rockdale right there by Western Hills when I was young, when I'd lived there for a little while. It's was supposed to be a subdivision that never really became a subdivision because only a few people sold their land and everybody else says I'm hanging on to my land. So it didn't pan out. So but they named it Western Hills, and all it is just people living out in the country. That's all it is. And so we stayed there for a little while, but there was a train that would go through there that supposedly would not make any noise, and then it would just vanish. So I walked down there a few nights with my friends by the train just to see if anything would happen. I didn't see anything. One of my friends claimed that it did. He did. He's not that night, but he said that there was, now I heard the noise and felt vibration as I was going across the tracks before. And I was like, wow, what is that? And it doesn't make any sense because there's nothing for miles, but that could happen, through electricity. There's vibration, whatever. But in your opinion, like, have you ever had anything, and 2 questions, have you ever had anything where you've had to stop the train for a reason, or something doesn't happen? And that's part of the first question. What do you do? And then the second part of the question is, have you ever been scared to death out there with something in the middle of nowhere on the train?
Well, there's one time I didn't know if the train was going to stop, and we were meeting another train in Lampasas, and I was coming down a big hill, and the air brakes malfunctioned. And I did manage to get it stopped, and that's one of those suck the seat up moments. And but as far as something paranormal, I really never had anything like that. Now down around Somerville, and between Somerville and Brenham, I heard stories about some lights. People saw them, and it was on the railroad, and then there was really nothing there. I never personally, experienced anything myself.
Yeah. That area over there too, though, by
stopping the train. There's a lot of different ways you stop the train. You stop it normally, or you put it in emergency stop, and that's a pretty violent thing. Like somebody's pulled out on the track in front of you, you throw it in emergency, and the brakes set up on the train serially. They start at the front and go back toward the end of the back end of the train.
Mm-hmm.
And like if you've ever been around, like maybe I know there in Taylor, there's a yard.
Yeah, because of the cotton industry.
Yeah, you see them pull they'll cut the engines off of a train and pull away from it, and that airline pops open, and you'll hear those brakes set up. They'll start on the engine, and they'll go to the back of the train. You'll hear that loud noise as they go into emergency stop.
Yeah,
that slams the brake shoes over, all at once. And while you're driving the train, you can set so much air with the air brake. There's a minimum reduction all the way up to a full service reduction, and anything past that, you're going in emergency. So it's kind of like using the brakes on your car. You know, you can hit them lightly, or
Yeah.
you can put them to the floor.
So what do you? So nothing's ever happened to you there, but so you've never had to stop the train with just you and another person or whatever, and go out.
Oh
And,
well, if you have mechanical difficulties,
what do
uh,
you do?
well, you just stop the train. It's like one time sometime I was having the train go into emergency all by itself, and it was a loaded coal train, and I was afraid it was going to tear it up. And so I sat there, belt the air up, and I put it in emergency myself. I don't know, about 3 times. And whatever it was that had one of the valves stopped up, blew out. I guess I blew it out, and we came on to Temple, another 90 miles, and I didn't have any more trouble, type of thing. We've had to stop and wait. Back, we used to run on train orders before they had all this fancy automatic control with dispatchers. We ran on a wristwatch, and you'd go to a certain station, wait there until such and such time, and you had to have a real accurate watch. And then after a certain time, you could leave if they didn't get there. And that's how we ran. So we started and stopped all the time. That wasn't anything unusual. But there were places where, because of the way that the land went up and down, it was real easy to get what was called a knuckle. In other words, the couplers in the train, they go together like that. And, you break, one of them would break, and the train would come into, and the brakeman would have to go back there and replace the knuckle. And it was because of the way that the terrain, like the train might be going up and down 3 little hills all at one time. And if you didn't stabilize it before you got there, by putting just a little bit of the air brakes on to keep it from running, the slack from running in and out, you could have trouble in certain spots. It was just a bad place. And it didn't take you long after you got out of engineer school to learn where those places are. And, you do something to, take care of it. Unless you had a real squirrely train, it wasn't blocked right.
So, because I've always been curious about this, and I didn't really know. You've seen all this wildlife and these things because you go through areas where people really aren't,
Yeah, it's like nobody's there ever.
Nobody, yeah. It's just the train just moving. That's and it's always baffled me how you can see like a passenger train, and then an hour later you see a train hauling on the same tracks, a bunch of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Why they never hit each other? Or, I mean, it's just that's something I don't really understand. Like how that, because I mean, how does that not happen more often? I mean,
well, you have passing tracks. There are sightings. In other words, like say you're going into Thorndale on that railroad.
yeah.
Well, it was single track till you got up close to Thorndale, and then there was double track for maybe a mile and a half,
Mm-hmm.
and there was a sighting there, and that was a Thorndale sighting. And then they had some industrial tracks there in Thorndale. You remember that there used to be a cottonseed mill gin thing there right next to the railroad. My aunt had a cafe just down the street, and it was funny. Her house backed up against the railroad there, and but anyway, like I said, you'd go to a certain station. Like say, I'm on the way to Brownwood, and I get to Lomita, and I got to wait at Lomita until 1 p.m. I can't, and I'm going toward Brownwood. Well, there might be somebody coming against me. Well, he might, if he thinks if he knows he can make it to Lomita before 1 a.m., he'll come on over there. And we had 2-way radios. We could talk to each other on the radio too. And but we ran on train orders. We had meets and waits, or what they were called. Sometimes it was just a flat meet, In other words, I'd wait at Lomita for 2243 east, coming toward me, and I'd either be told to be on the main line or be in the siding. And so, if I was on the main line, my brakeman, when he got close enough where it wouldn't drop a red signal on him, he would go down and throw the switch, and they just roll on into the siding. And then there was an automatics, you could just run through the switch on the other end.
Mm-hmm.
And we'd meet like that.
Wow.
So there is passing tracks or sightings.
Yeah, because I would I would walk along these tracks too when I was young, and a lot of times there weren't double tracks though. And I would just be like, how does this work? And I guess I never really took the time to really study it.
Well, they're pretty far apart, and especially back then. But now they've gone double track all the way to Rogers from Temple, and used to be when you just came into the edge of Temple, it was more or less double track, and you could go, if you were on one side, you'd go on around and go toward McGregor and on the Cleaver, and the other way you'd go through Killeen, Belton, Killeen, heading out to Brownwood. And there was even a Y there. And when you got a Y, and they had one at Somerville, you can actually turn a set of locomotives around and point them the other direction by going around the Y.
Wow.
Which you'd almost have to have a visual of that to understand it. But, there's just a lot of things like the stuff that you see in movies about trains. Most of it's all wrong. Where you see the train, the runaway train and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Most of that stuff is totally wrong. The air brakes don't work that way. So if it's in a movie, forget about it.
Yeah, well, that's pretty much, So I know that there was a massive train derailment that happened like in Granbury. Was it Granbury years ago? I think that's correct. That's like north of Waco, northeast of Waco, I guess.
Yeah.
But a lot of people died, and now they claim that place is haunted. That bridge that goes over that spot where the train went out. So there are a lot of people who claim that they see lights, and there are people who've been swimming, and they left it there. That's what's interesting, is that they didn't try to like salvage it or grab anything from there. I guess back in those days, they probably didn't have the ability as well. But over the years, you would think that area, people have drowned in that water because they've been caught, by the debris that's still there.
Well, it may be just real hard to get out because like a locomotive, it's not uncommon for one of them to weigh 1 million pounds.
Yeah, it's crazy, really, really crazy. But but thanks for dropping in and saying hey. Yeah. For sure.
Well, I just wanted to say hi because I've been listening to you for a while, and you keep talking about Taylor and the surrounding area. And in fact, both of my grandparents on my mother's side of the family are buried there in Taylor.
Wow.
Yeah.
And let me ask you this though, Tony, if you know about Taylor. So there's a couple things. I mean, like, do you know some of the weird stories around, like the Hoxie Bridge? Do you know about Hoxie? Because I thought
no, but there was some place out of Taylor. It was like go through Taylor, like coming from Temple. You go through Taylor, and then you get out in the country a little bit, and you take a left turn, and you go way out in the middle of nowhere. And there was supposed to be some weird stuff out there. There might have been even an old honky-tonk dance hall out there.
You're talking about Byersville Hall. Yeah, that's one of them, Byersville. And then there's Nowak. And those places have been known to be extremely haunted, a lot of hotbed of activity. And if you go to that area now, if anybody wants to go out there and drive around, be my guest, but be very careful, because don't be going on people's property, because the farmers and ranchers out there do not, Now, that area, I've driven out there on a live, and I've shown people. I'm going to do it again. But that area, I can tell you what the phenomena is in those different places. And one of them is, we're talking about black cats. One of them is black cats, but they stand on their hind legs and walk around.
Wow.
That has been a story that I have been told since I was a child. I didn't even, and more specifically, when you get past that area of the Lawrence Cemetery, once you get around that area of Scruggs, where the bull riding Scruggs, I know a lot of his those Scruggs, they bring their bulls over there to Belton Temple area too, because we've been to the bull riding events up there. And so that Scruggs, you go past that, all that area, and then if you just keep going and you kind of go, I guess, southeast, you'll hit Lexington. So the area between Thorndale and Lexington is really spooky, especially at night when you go through. You're sitting there going like, what in the heck? I've been out there at night in that area, and we were teenagers. We got lost because we were all up in them back roads, and it's all private land. So there's no stores. You're just out there in those gravel country roads. You can't drive very fast. Nothing happened that time.
And it's dark out in the country.
Pitch dark. If your lights go out, it is. But I've had many people tell me stories. I had a lady who had a Bigfoot encounter right there in Thorndale, not far from where some of my dad's family had lived, and it was like it's that turnoff on this county road you would never think about. The IBEW Hall used to be right there. Now it's like a tractor place. It's out in the middle of the country, outside of Thorndale, in between Thorndale and Rockdale. And it's right outside of Thorndale, past where the mineral baths were. And if you take a right on that road, that's where she went. And if you go further down, it's Salty Cemetery, where some of my relatives are buried. But if you take that right before it, that's where they got broken down. And I was like, I know exactly where that's at. There was a horse ranch out there. That's all that was around. And they were like a couple of miles from there. It's like, she was like, yeah, there were a bunch of horses and some cows on one side, then a bunch of a maize field. And I told her, I said, you were in an area where I would not ever, ever, ever want to be broken down. And I couldn't believe she broke down. I think I was on the show. We talked about it, but oh my gosh, dude. And there, no flashlight, and it's dark. Well, the flashlight went dead. And this was back before you could call cell phone, whatever. And so they broke down, and they don't know anybody. So, those people out there, they could have 200 or 300 acres. So, and they go to bed early. It's not like you're going to be able to, let me walk through this field and eventually I'll get to a farm where I'll be shot. It's the truth. It's like, all right, let me cut through this pasture. Let's hope these ranchers are okay with us cutting through the pasture, first of all. Second of all, let's hope that the bull that they probably have doesn't kill us. And people don't realize how aggressive and mean these bulls really are. I think people do not. If you want to know, there's a guy I follow. It's called Rufus the Bull. I just started following him about a month or two.
I've seen him.
Yeah, Brent 479. Yeah, because that guy, he'll give you the 411 on what bulls are capable of. I'm very respectful of those animals because I had my run-ins with them when I was young. I didn't take it seriously like I should have until my cousin got his ephemeral artery exposed. His whole leg was ripped open by a bull. That really puts it into perspective. And when you see these bulls gore people at the rodeo events, you're like, wow. I've seen a guy go 30 feet up into the air and then land on one of those barrels. Just a rodeo clown broke every rib and broke his legs. And you don't even realize, how dangerous these animals really are until you get right up down there with them. And the only thing stopping them is those 3 metal pipes. And thank God it's not just barbed wire, because they'll go right through barbed wire. They don't care. You better hot wire that thing, because if not, they will kill you.
That's what we had to do. We had an Angus bull, and he was a pet. We raised him from a baby, and he was a pet with us. But you have to be careful. It's just like a friend of mine that has the ranch. He's got some big old tiger stripes, and a lot of them they're mama cows and they're pets. And he's got an old steer that thing finally died, Caesar, but he was huge. and those old tiger stripes, especially if he was throwing out those cubes, boy, they'd get up there and they try to fight over him. And he's been pinned up against a truck. He's been hurt a couple of times by them just getting up there wanting him to give them some range cubes, hand feed them.
Yeah.
And they're just so big they don't intend to hurt you, but they get you pinned between a F-250 and 1,400-pound animal. Something's got to give.
Yeah. Did we talk about this on the show the other night before the show started? We have a friend of ours, the one that had the pasture out in West Texas. Those three guys tried to.
I don't think we did.
I don't think we told that story. We have a friend of ours that owns a ranch out in West Texas. Well, I say West. It's more like north of Junction. That's the gateway to the West here in Texas.
Yeah.
But yeah, beyond Junction, that's where it becomes deserty, ugly. And then some of it becomes pretty desert, and then it goes back to being ugly. And by the time you get to El Paso, you're like, ugh, ooh, gross. But I think that to me is just a personal preference. I don't, but you drive out there and there were these guys, I guess they were Mexican nationals, and they tried to steal his horses, and they didn't realize he had a big old bull out there, and that bull chased him up the tree. I don't know what kind. I didn't get to, he just sent me the message or whatever that had happened. And he had a picture of one of the guys that got arrested. So one of them got away, and they knew that he was there because the camera had seen him. But the other two got chased up a tree. And in the morning, they were up there. And stupidly, one of them's phone was down there at the bottom, the base of, I bet he was pissed. And the other guy, I guess, had left it in the truck, so they couldn't call anybody to come help them. So their bull just went round and around that tree. And yeah, so they just got stuck up there. And I don't know exactly. I think he's part Brahma, but a lot of bulls are because of that breeding stock that comes from India. That's what the Brahma comes from. So it helps them in this heat here in Texas. It helps regulate their heat. And
tiger stripes are part Brahma.
Yeah, those and his look, the picture of the bull I had, it looks like it has a ghost face. Those are always mean as hell, dude. I have never met, and it doesn't matter whether it's Brawford, Brahma, or if it's got any whatever. It doesn't matter. There's different ones that have that the Hereford, whatever. They'll have that ghost face. When they have that, they're mean as hell, dude. I mean, there's got to be something to that. I don't know what that is.
I'll tell you. What another mean farm animal is? A
do
mule.
What? Oh yeah. Yeah, don't get me started on it. Oh my God, donkeys are very good protective animals. If you put that donkey out there, and they will kick the crap out of some coyotes. I'm not even joking.
Well, I've watched a video of a mule killing a mountain lion.
Oh yeah, stomping all over.
Grabbed it right by it on the tail, right by its body, and started slinging it around, smashing its head into the ground, and finally quit. And the the mule backed off and looked at it, and then he reached in there and bit it, and it didn't move. So he turned around and he went back to the two people. They were, a couple were riding their mule, and this mountain lion was tracking their dogs. He got off the mule, was gonna, fire a shot in the dirt close to the mountain lion to run it off. And before he could, the mule took off and killed the mountain lion. And then after he killed it, he just came back, and the guy got back on the mule. And fortunately, his wife had her high-dollar Canon camera that took movies and pictures, and she recorded the whole thing. I thought it was cool.
Yeah, and I'll tell you something. Mules are always female. So what a mule is the breeding of a donkey and a horse. A lot of people will say, "Oh, it's a burro, it's a this," or no. A mule is its own thing, and they're always females, and they don't reproduce.
Nope, they can't have babies.
They can't have children, but they can exist, as the breeding of a mule and a donkey and a horse. But they are very, very, very intelligent animals, and they're very strong, and they're very loyal. And I can only imagine a male mule would be a horrible animal. I'm telling you, there's a good reason why the Lord will only allow us to have it as a female, because if it was a male like that, you'd be in big trouble, because you have that power, that intelligence, the stubbornness and resilience, but then you'd also have that anger. Can you imagine one of those going into like Musk or something, like a,
Oh yeah.
it would be horrific. I mean, I had I didn't have one. My grandpa did, but she might as well have been mine too. And her name was Sheila. And my grandfather was just Sheila, and then we had a dog named Juanita. he did. He had and then a Doberman named Crystal, and she was nuts. And then he had a horse named Chance. And when I was a little kid, I had never had a problem with Chance. I was about 5 or 6 when he got rid of him. He let him go, whatever. But I said, "Why do you call him Chance, Papa?" He goes, "Because if I get on him, I'm taking a chance with my life." And I was like, "Well, why am I on him?" He goes, "He likes you." And just like his bull, he had Curtis. We had Curtis the bull. My grandpa had a bull at one time, along with my great uncles, and he kept them out there at their farm, at the Turner farm. And there's even a plaque there. I take a picture of one time and put a farm's been since 1946, and so it's the Turner farm. And so my grandfather's brother and him, they founded that farm. When my brother came back from overseas in World War II. And it was almost immediately, but then he got bored of doing that and went and became a truck driver. And so that farm has had some weird activity, but there was a bull we had when I was young. His name was Curtis, and we kept him out at my great great uncle's house, our farm, this huge farm, ranch, whatever. And I was around him since he was a baby. But I knew, when I would go to him as I got older, when he was born, I was 7. I was 7. And he lived till I was 15. He lived 8 years. But eventually he got something, he broke his leg or something happened. I mean, he was always fighting with the horses, so my grandfather, he was not a fan of my grandfather, because when my grandfather disciplined him when he was younger, trying to make him do what he needed him to do. So he would tolerate my grandfather, who was about 6'4", 400 pounds. He's about my size. And, but he liked me. And so my grandfather was always worried sick that I was going to be killed by this thing, because I would go out and jump the fence and go run over there and hang out with him. And I could sit there, in the corral with him, and he was fine. I could feed him by hand, and he would walk around out in the pasture with me. They had another bull, though, who was not nice. He was a Brangus, and he was an awful animal. He was a terrible thing. He was a male. It was just and somebody had mentioned there it is, Brahma plus Angus. Yeah. And that bull was a holy terror. And they just called him Midnight. They called him Midnight because he was black and he was terrible. There were 2 or 3 out there that were just not cool. One that was like hit or miss. You could sometimes, if you caught him in a good mood, and they had them separated, and then they had some Herefords out there too, some different types of cattle. I can't remember what all. They had 3 different kinds out there. At any different time, 3 different pens, 3 different areas, but they had 4 bulls, and one of them was ours, and we never did anything with him. Like, he bred a couple times, and then he was very ornery with the other animals, and so they just kind of kept him off to himself. But he had access to the little tank there, the pond, whatever. And he had a friend. He had one friend, and I'll never forget this. It was a goat. That was his friend. He had a goat that he was okay with. And that goat they would do the head thing, and they'd kind of sparring, playing since he was a baby, and that goat was a billy goat. And they were friends. But the main animals that kept the peace out there were the donkeys. We had 4 of them out there. So yeah, and my grandfather's mule, Sheila, she was she would kick the living shit out of other animals. And then there was a spurred rooster who was always trying to heal you, named Nick. And I could not stand that damn animal, because he'd act like he was cool. He was walking behind you, and he'd fly up, and he'd come down with that spur. He never got me. But I saw him cut my little cousin's leg open, like all the way down from the calf down. And then it was bad. I thought, well, you're cut. Oh, you're bleeding. Okay, you're going to the hospital. You know. So we had to take him to the hospital. I was a teenager when he died. He was horrible, bastard. But anyway, and then we had another one. It was like this black Filipino rooster that I had, and his name was Michael, and he was tough. But then I sold him, and they took him to the Derby where he was killed, and I was like, "Oh, that's great," because I didn't realize what they were buying him for. I was a teenager, you know, and my grandpa was like, "Well, you could sell him, make some money, you know, blah blah blah." And I was like, because I wasn't doing anything with him. I was gone, you know, I wasn't staying at home anymore where he was. And he had to go into the nursing home. And so there was nothing I could do. My cousin had him, and I said, "You want to do something with him?" And they sold him, and then he died. I found out that he was used in cockfighting. I just got him because he was too damn mean, and they wanted to do that with him. So I took him and started taking care of him, and I paid for his upkeep. And we became friends. I make good friends with animals, or don't, you know, I have a lot of them, and, you know, they seem to like me. But he was a good boy. I didn't want anything to happen to him, but sure enough, they're like, "Oh yeah, let's take him and sell him." And, you know, and it turns into that, but whatever. Anyways, it was good having you on, Tony. Thank you for coming on.
Enjoy it.
Dude. Yeah, for sure. So, and if you hit me up through Messenger or what's it called? Email, you know, I can give you some spots if you would like to go drive around. There's some places out there.
Sure.
I can give you the locations where you can go and look. All right.
Every once in a while, most of the families either died off or moved away, but they were McDaniels, McDavids, Kings, and lived in that area. Like I say, most of them have passed away. I'm 74, and I'm, you know, was one of the.
Oh, dang. I would not have guessed 74.
I thought you were in your early 60s.
Yeah.
I did.
That's what
really.
I thought.
Because you have a very young face. Yeah.
Well, maybe I'm holding up better than I thought.
Well, maybe you are. That's a good thing. Yeah.
Well, anyway, enjoyed it, and I'm going to check off now and let you guys carry on with I like listening to the paranormal. There's just so many people that have told stories. There's another guy, Steve, that has a How to Hunt channel or something.
Steve Isdell, yeah.
And
I hear he's got a great. I don't know anything about Steve, man. I've never
followed him for a long time, and he just has people email him stories about it, and he doesn't call them or anything. He just says, "I'm going to read them. You make up your own mind." But you know, there are so many people that have seen so many things like Bigfoot, Wolf Man, Dog Man, or whatever. There's got to be something to it.
Yeah,
and
for sure. Yeah,
you know, I don't know if you know, I'm a retired criminal justice chaplain. After the railroad, I went back to school and ended up being a criminal justice chaplain and a counselor. And I worked in the adult and juvenile prison system. And, you know, there's some things that people, they kind of miss in the Bible. And it's kind of interesting how, you know, if you look at the Nephilim, where the angels crossbred with the women in Genesis 6, and things like that, you know, there is a supernatural element that you just don't run into all the time. In fact, you may live your whole life and never have any type of a supernatural event happen. But then, you know, there's some people that seem to be in the right place at the right time. Some of them on a regular basis that actually develop a relationship, apparently, with some of the Bigfoot. And Steve had a video on his YouTube channel. Somebody sent him a video, and it was a family of Bigfoot going across a pasture out in the open, and there was a baby one that fell behind, and it came running up behind. And you know, I know they've got you know, AI generated videos and stuff nowadays, but you know, if that was a real deal, that was one of the best videos I've ever seen or a picture of a Bigfoot.
Mm.
But you know, this day and time, though, it's hard to know. But anyway, I'm gonna let you guys carry on.
Okay, man. I'll see you, Tony. Thank you for dropping in.
You bet. Bye bye.
Bye. So Benjamin, and we got Clint. So Benjamin, you were here first, and then Clint came in. What do you got going on?
Hey, talking to me, brother?
We lost Benjamin. He was on there, and then he
Oh, okay.
So I don't know what.
Must have clicked the wrong button.
Oh, he just jumped back in. Let me get him back on. Sorry, hang on 1 second, Clint. Benjamin, what do you have for us? What's going on with you, Ben? Can you hear me?
I think your mic might be muted or something.
I don't know that he's not talking.
Yeah.
Benjamin's mic is muted, but he's not speaking.
Are you guys able to hear me now?
There you go. Yeah, your mic was muted. There you go.
Are you guys able to hear me now, or?
Yeah, I can hear you.
If you wouldn't mind, like pulling your microphone
these
closer
headphones
to you,
are
though.
messing up on my new computer for some reason.
Okay, I'm going to click over. Give me 1 second. Go ahead and get started. You can click over to Anthony.
I was going to tell you, Benjamin. So we can hear you, but not Greg. You sound like you're really far away from your microphone. If there's a way you can pull it a little bit closer to you. Can you hear me? I think we might be having some technical difficulties.
That is no. Man, this thing just.
Are you able to hear me, Benjamin? I think his headphones are messing up.
Try this one. No. Fuck's sakes.
Well, we can hear you. But I'm not sure that you can hear us. Just give him a second to try and get that figured out. Can you hear me? Okay. Okay, so he says go ahead and skip me tonight. Okay, well, you know what? If Benjamin, if you get it figured out before the end of the show, then just hop back on. I know how it is, man. Like if you could see all the wires and all the stuff on this table, like believe me, I can relate with the technical stuff. It makes you want to pull your hair out. So, okay, so we're gonna skip over you for tonight. Hopefully you can get that figured out. So Clint's up next. So Clint,
Yes, sir. Can you hear me, brother?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, cool.
Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, of course, man. Yeah, I was on, I think last week or a week or two ago, or something like that. And I was talking about the tall white dream I had, I believe. But no, this time, like I said, I have a bunch of stuff I've been through. I actually probably should tell you about the most important one I had, which is the near-death experience I had with Jesus. So I'll just go. Is that okay? Is that the topic we're on today? I can't hear you. Your mic's out.
It's whatever you want to talk about.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so anyways, I felt like I was having a dream actually, how it happened at first. So I'll just take you through that. So I was driving through a desert in this car with my ex-girlfriend, how it happens, right? And I didn't know I was having a near-death experience. And so I was going through this desert, and so I pull up to this mansion. And at this time, like right now, I'm 34. Back then, I was about 25 when this happened. And there's another link to this after I tell you about what happened, but that makes this even crazier. But I pulled up to this mansion, and like I said, I knew nothing about the Bible at this time, about mansions and stuff like that. So get to this mansion. I walk in and I go to like the second story, we'll say, and I see one of my best friends in there at the time. And I have a glass of water, we'll say, and I drank it. And all of a sudden, I shoot to the top of the roof of this mansion, in the middle of this desert, barren desert, just this mansion in the desert. And so I get on top of this roof, and all of a sudden, all the roofs come off of all the bedrooms and all the mansions, except for the platform I'm on top of this mansion. And I'm looking down, and I see this huge room with a bunch of literally a bunch of demons. I mean, it had been like 500, 700 demons in this one room, and it would look like Pac-Man. They were all running, trying to get out, but they couldn't get out. And I was like, "What the?" And it was crazy because I've been tortured by demons 1,000 times. I mean, I have a bunch of stories about that too, but I see it, and they were all black, like burnt ash, almost, looking, and they had weapons in their hands, and they were really trying to get out this room, but they couldn't get out, and I was wondering why they couldn't get out the room. And so all of a sudden, I look kind of behind me, and there's Jesus right there, and I think there's an angel next to him as well, but Jesus had on this ancient breastplate. Now, the breastplate was like an ancient Roman one, I guess you could say, all metal, and I think it had gemstones. So I'm thinking of Melchizedek, I guess that's his name, Melchizedek. I guess.
Yeah.
Right. And so we talk telepathically, and like I tell everybody when I tell this story, when I hear a bunch of other people's stories, it's the same way, where it's all telepathically, and it's real. It's all telepathic. It's not mouth to mouth. And so he's talking to me. I don't know what he's saying, to be honest with you, but he does. I do remember some stuff he says. But at this point, I've been having sleep paralysis all the time. Before this stream happened, I've been getting tortured by demons. I mean, I got a lot of stories about that. Them coming through my window, seeing them, and the in between of sleep paralysis coming through my window and stuff like that. But anyways, what had happened was he had me kneel down like a knight, okay? And he gave me a sword. The sword had to been 7 foot, 8 foot long, double-edged sword, something like that. And he's like, "Will you take this?" I said, "Yes." So he put it in my hands. He placed it in my hands. I'm on one knee, and then I get up, and I'm like just real hyper. I feel good. I'm like never felt like I felt like before. Like it was like surreal.
Invigorated.
Yo, yeah, I was jumping around. Man, it was awesome. And so I don't know what he had a conversation with me. I don't remember the conversation, but what he did say was, "Are you ready?" And I was like, "Yeah, I'm ready." And I had the sword in my hand, and I'm ready, right? And all of a sudden, a portal on top of this mansion opens up. This portal, it's a big circle portal. I could step through it or whatever, but it looks like it's deep space. But instead of stars, they're like light orbs all around this sphere, which is a portal, which is black, but also these light beings. And so he puts his hand on my shoulder, and he says, "Are you ready?" I said, "Yeah, I'm ready." And so as soon as he puts his hand on my shoulder, I shoot right through this portal, right through these light orbs and everything. And I go straight into this thing going like 1,000 miles an hour. And I'm sure y'all heard this from a lot of people because it's true. This is what happens. And so I guess I was dead. I don't know, but I enter back into my body and like through my head, like through my skull. And I go into it so fast to where I literally have sleep paralysis for a split second, and then it punches through, and I levitate off my bed, and it felt like, and I was laying down, obviously. I levitate like 6 to 8 inches, and I land on my pillow, like the pillow right here, the pillow, sitting down, Indian style, and I'm sweating bullets, and I'm like, "Yo, what just happened?" I remember all that. I'm like, "Whoa!" It all just went like right in my head. I'm like, "Oh. Wow, that just happened." And so the next day, this is where the other miracle comes in, is I told my mother about this. And she said, "Well, are you serious?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm serious. That happened." She said, "Well, me and my church group prayed for you for your sleep paralysis that same night." And I had no clue they did. No clue at all. No clue at all.
Powerful thing.
My sleep paralysis, because she knew I kept being tortured by demons. I kept telling all these stories about all these demon encounters I've had. And I could tell you about one that's really crucial, like really crucial to my like almost almost makes me cry actually. You know, from how it happened, how I got saved from it. My dad saved me from it. You know, having sleep paralysis and seeing a demon. Would you like me to tell you that story? I mean, it's up to you.
Yeah, let me. I have two of the people or three of the people
Yeah,
in the
go ahead.
queue right now, but let them know. Hey, folks, just hang in there. Don't hang up. Don't jump off or whatever. But we're going to try and get to you. And Sailor, I hope you got your thing ready because we're going to have you come on and whatever. I see you there, Dragon Paw. So yeah, just go ahead. Do what you got to do.
Oh, you want me to tell you?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so basically I was sleeping so I was asleep in my mother's basement. I'll tell you later. And I was on the couch, and so I woke up stuck in sleep paralysis. I'm not sure. Have you ever had sleep paralysis, Josh?
Oh yeah.
Okay. So I woke up in sleep paralysis, and you know, it's almost, I call it the in between kind of, because you're seeing some stuff and you're not sure if it's there, if it's not, but it is, but it's not. And so what had happened was I was on the couch and I was basically the vent was over top of me, and the vent, my mouth was open, just so happened to be, and my mouth turned to sandpaper. My mouth was wide open, and I couldn't close it because I was paralyzed, and I was almost choking to death. And beings that looked like my friends from the past, childhood friends, you could say, kept walking over me and whatnot. And I think it was just things, you know, tormenting me or whatnot. But the major part is as I was sleeping on the couch, I looked behind me with my eyes on the steps, staggered. Literally were four entities. And the first four I didn't really make out. One was a male or something like that, but the fourth one I made out perfectly. And I'm pretty sure it was a succubus demon, literally, because it was literally, the body was all red. It was a girl. I could see she was naked, a girl demon, and she had too many horns on top of her head. And her eyes, once again, like the tall whites I told you about the other night, were all yellow with black slits. And as soon as I looked at her, she did a little smile, a little grin, and she winked at me like, "I got you." I'm like, "Oh, shit." I'm like, "All right." And I can't move, and the vent's going in my mouth, and I'm like, "Oh, ain't this something?" And so part of what makes me kind of tear up a little bit is my dad was still living at my mom's house at the time, you know, not together anymore. But nevertheless, he was here, and he was coming downstairs, go to work. This morning, it was like 10 o'clock in the morning or something like that, and I heard him. And I had, just for some reason, I had an ottoman next to me, and I had like 4 drinks open that night, and that morning, you know, just open. And I started saying, you know, with all my might, you know, "Help, help, help!" Like barely could say it, but I was like, "Help, help, help!" And I heard my dad walking. I was like, "Help, help, help!" And he was upstairs, and he heard me. I don't know how he heard me, but he heard me. And he started walking downstairs, and he got to the steps, and I seen him right here next to this demon, just standing right there next to him. And I'm looking like this. My eyes are open, like, well, I think my eyes are open. I don't know. And he kept telling me, he was like, "Clint, get up, get up." And I'm like, "I can't get up." You know, I'm thinking in my head, "I can't get up. Come down here, man." You know, I trained all y'all, you know, because they all know I have sleep paralysis, to move me, you know, get me up, throw me, do whatever you got to do, just get me out of it. But he didn't do that at first, and so he came downstairs even more, and I was able to stretch my hand out by the grace of God and grab one of those, we'll say Gatorade bottles, and I picked it up barely, and I dropped it on the floor, and he knew I was serious then, and I couldn't barely move, and I was just, and he seen it go all over the floor, and so he got over top of me, and I finally said, I was able to barely say, "Pick me up," like barely, and he snatched me up and he got me up, and that's kind of in the story, but it's not. The only other thing that did happen, which was very serious, is my brother was living at my mom's house at the time, and he was strung out, right? And after that happened, I don't know how he knew what would happen or whatever, but he went like crazy, and like he got possessed, and he was running down here threatening to end my life. And it was just crazy. It was crazy. It was just psycho. It was almost like the spirit that was there went into him, and it was just it went like that. And it was, I'm not gonna tell you what happened after that, but
Why
you know,
not? Why not?
well, I mean, it was say it got a little dirty. You know what I mean? But I can handle myself. But I mean, he's 3 years older than me, but he's a little shorter than me. So I don't like fighting my brother. I don't like that at all. But it's one of those things where
I've done it. I've had my brother and my cousins and everybody else.
Right.
You know what they do to you, Clint, is when they start something and then you hit them, they tell you for the rest of your life, well, my back's messed up because of what you did to me. They did. They literally, I've had a couple friends of mine that did that too. I had 2 friends that were fighting literally in my friend Jack's SUV, his Grand Cherokee, coming back from San Antonio. We're going through San Antonio, coming back from the coast, and they started fist fighting, and they wouldn't stop. So I had to like smack one of them. And it was actually Scorpion and another guy. I'm not going to say the other guy's name, but because we're still good friends and y'all might know who he is. But I had to put my hands on him, and he talks about it like it happened yesterday, and like I really hurt him. And I'm like, dude, I slapped you to get to come back to your senses, because he's driving down the highway. So when we stopped, he still was trying to whatever. And so I slapped him, and then I had to hear about it for 22 years.
Oh Lord!
I mean, they could have caused a wreck and killed everybody. Started fighting in the car.
4 years? No, yeah, no,
it wouldn't stop.
Yeah, 23 years. He's been talking about it. In fact, he brought it up like 6 months ago. I'm like, "Are you serious?" He goes, "Yeah, when I'm doing my training and I'm trying to show my guys these techniques, I can't use my arm completely because." And I'm like, "Let me guess, I slapped you." It's like Eddie Murphy. Well, a strobe light fell, creating a weird effect. My eyes were sprained. I need $2 million for my sprained eyes. That's what he does. Anthony, am I lying? No. He brings it up all the time, like it was the psychological damage from the slap. Yeah. He says I punched him. I promise you, Clint, everybody's listening. I did not punch him. There were 4 other people in that vehicle, or 3
smacked him. Yeah,
there's 5 of us all together. Yeah, I slapped him really hard, and I guess he claims I punched him. I said, "If you've seen me punch people, big difference. I've slapped people unconscious."
You're a big guy. I'm sure you made a little impact. Yeah, I get it. I understand that.
But it's like if you do that to them, especially with your brother too. My brother does.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Of course.
You're gonna hear about it.
Yeah, definitely with your brother and whatnot. And me and my brother, we got into it again over. He thought he got out of jail and whatnot, and he thought he was looking up all this other stuff about stuff I did 12 years. 13 years of study on, what the Illuminati and this and that. And then he got to the point where he said, "I'm God." And I said, "Oh yeah." I said, "Well, go up on the roof, jump off, make sure you can fly and not die." And, then we got into it again, and I was like, "All right, brother." And I think I said something like, "All right, dude, well, if that's how you're going to be, then, don't be sorry when you enter into the place down below, down to hell." And he got all mad. He got really mad. He came at me, and then it was really bad. I had my daughter, his wife there at the same time watching us the whole time, and it was really bad. And and still to this day, I guess he doesn't believe in Jesus or whatever. And I kept trying to tell him, bro, I got and he's had these dreams too, where he's getting I don't know how to say it, but molested, I guess you could say, by these things. Like the demons, and he's had these same things happen to him, and I don't understand what the deal is. It's like I've had these things happen to me like 100 times. I mean, and I have stuff like I have my tablet here with me, and I have like 22 things, or maybe 23 now, that I've written out on. I haven't written everything out. Like when I tell people I can write a book on stuff that's happened to me, I can write a book. Like for instance, when my dad was like back in the day when I was at soccer practice, when I was in elementary school, my dad used to take me to all these bars all the time. And he used to own a bar. He used to bartend there for him. But and we had crabs and everything. But no, when I was younger though, we used to take me to this one bar in one of our neighborhoods and me and this boy Jimmy were in his truck parked behind the bar in a dark alley of all places, right? But my dad was the big man on campus type thing. You know what I mean? Everybody looked up to him, but everybody feared him as well. And so what happened one day, well, one night, I guess you could say, he went to the bar and we decided to play in this makeshift sandbox. So it was going to be a playground right beside the bar, like connected to it. And I lost one of my soccer cleats. And he came out and I told Dad, I said, I lost my soccer cleat. And that was a bad thing to tell him, but I told him. And they had, and I'm sure you know the concrete pillars they put in the ground, and they put like the fence, in or whatever. Well, he comes out, he gets so mad and furious. I knew something was in him, whether it was possession or oppression, whatever it was, I don't know. But he pulled one of those concrete pillars. He got so mad at me. He pulled one of those concrete pillars out of the ground. I watched him do it on my own. I mean, we watched him. I still don't know how he did it to this day. But I mean, it was like that my whole life. I mean, he was an iron worker. Granted, he owned his own iron business and everything like that too. But I mean, still, to pull a concrete pole out the ground like that, it ain't no way. I mean, that's supernatural, bro. I mean, you can't tell me that. It's not. I mean, I watched him do it. Stuff like that's happened to me all my life.
Why do you think that is?
Well, I mean, I could tell you why it is. I mean, as far as as far as what? What do you mean? What do you mean?
Well, I mean, like any of and all of this, why does it happen to you? What is your belief on that? What is your opinion?
Why does it happen to me? I believe so. I will tell you this. When I was younger than what I just told you, when I was about 7 or 8 years old, my mother's sister, my Aunt Joy, she was very, very religious. She was Catholic, very, 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 very religious. So was my grandmother, my mom's mom, her mom. And one night they came to my house in Strawberry Hills, which is another neighborhood. Not too good, but nevertheless. My parents are going out of town to Atlantic City, to gamble. And they came to watch us. And my aunt came, and we had our neighbors over. It was a brother and a sister, my brother and myself. And she got us all in a bedroom together. And she made us hold hands. I think we prayed, but she also said the one thing I do remember before I got scared and ran out the room. She said, when y'all get older, she said, Satan's going to take over y'all schools. And I'm telling you this right now. And so with that said, I always used to question her and ask her about the Bible, because I went to a pre-K kindergarten school that was called Grace Baptist, and it was a church connected to the school type thing, whatever. But I never knew about, and I knew about Jesus, but I didn't know about anything else. So I used to ask her all the time. I mean, even one day when I was even older, like like 13 or 14 years old, I asked my aunt at Thanksgiving about the Bible, about angels, stuff like that. My mom, she ended up telling me, my mom kicked her out the house for telling me about this stuff. And my Aunt Joel was like, you got a demon in you, and left. And my mom's awesome. I mean, so it's not, I don't know if that was the case, but I mean, I don't know. This stuff has always happened my whole life. I mean, it's always happened. Like when I told you about when I was at my buddy Charlie's house, the other week ago, when that dresser shook back and forth, and then he ended up doing what he did to himself and 7 of my other friends in the same neighborhood. I don't know why it happens. I think that, I met Jesus. I think he has a task for me. I think, the sword that he gave me, I learned that it was the word later on. I learned that the breastplate that he had on was in Ephesians 6, which is the what is it, the armor of God, right? The helmet of salvation and everything else. So I didn't know that stuff until 5 or 6 years later after I had that dream, until I started actually looking into it, because I was watching New Age stuff like Dolores Cannon and stuff like that, right? About the Watchers and their aliens and their custodians of the world. And I think that's what had a foothold into me to where demons could just have their way with me, and I think they knew I was maybe blessed or connected or whatever the world, like you say, you walk in two worlds and whatnot, spiritual and physical.
Mhm.
I think I do the same thing, brother, to be honest with you. Like everywhere I go, like, I mean, forever and a day, people come up to me, hey man, what's up, Clay? How you doing? I don't know a lot of these people. They just say hi to me. I mean, I might have met them once, but I mean, I knew people by faces, but some people I don't even know them when they come up to me. My mom's like, you know them? No, my daughter, you know them? No, I don't know. You know, um, my baby mother, she was possessed one day in my car. She made my double deck, touch screen go out. It went black on me. I had to get reset next day by the pro audio shop. I mean, she screamed so loud and she was possessed and tell me she hate me and kicking my windshield. I don't know. I mean, what happened? You know what I mean? Like, and so I always told one of my best friends, and I had a seizure at my work one day, and I told him after that, I said, listen, man, I said, I'll tell you like it is, like this. I said, I could be doing so good and be so nice to people, which I am, and I love people and people love me. I said, but there's a demon around every corner. Around every corner, there's a demon, just waiting to get you, waiting to do something to you, waiting to trip you up, or whatever it is. I mean, and I think that once you get closer to God, and once they start realizing that the demons and the devil, whatever, I think they start coming after you more. And I've heard that from a lot of people now, and I'm pretty sure it's true. And
It
as
is,
far
They
is,
keep
Yeah.
score.
Mhm. I mean, there's a lot of negative stuff going on, a lot of negative energy in this
yeah,
planet. They're adding to it, and it's also drawing more negative energy, negative entities here. The thing is,
yeah.
it depends on their polarity. If they're good and they're positive, they're going to be drawn to positivity. If they're evil, then they live off of the evil. That's their energy.
Or
Your
fear.
body is that way too. Yeah, or fear is part of the
Yeah.
negativity. Your body can be trained and conditioned to eat carbs and live off of that, but it'll store the fat.
Yeah.
Or you can train your body to just thrive on protein and it's whatever you feed the most. And in this planet, it's very much we are feeding the negativity. And so
Oh
the
yeah.
negativity is holding sway. So you're hearing more and more, and it's like a self-perpetuating cycle.
Yeah.
In other words, there's more consuming of negative energy, right? So then more beings come to feed on the negativity, and then there's more negativity, then there's more beings come. So what you're happening? Somebody asked me this question. They said, "Do you think that there are more demons now than there were 5,000 years ago?" I said, "Yeah, of course there are. Just like we've populated, they populate too." That's something that people need to understand. They think that if you're in the spirit realm, whatever, that you've always lived in a physical corporeal body. That is not the case, folks. We are absolutely, and I got to say this, and Clint, this is a teachable moment here. I want to say something to the audience.
Yeah.
These entities and what they do or whatever, they breed. They absolutely breed. People don't understand that. They think that this has to have been something that was once a physical being. No, and if they were metaphysical. Absolutely. And I can tell you this, there's a story that I'm going to be telling pretty soon, and it may muddy the waters a bit. I don't know, but it's of a dog man that was killed that became worse after it was killed. If that makes any sense at all. And I said, yeah, because it's not a normal being. Now, this could have been something that was government, whatever, but these people absolutely, they claim that they killed this thing back in 1986. And it continued to haunt their property in a horrific form until 2004. So how many years is that? That's like 18 years of this thing doing what it did. And John Maddox says they breed with humans. Yes, they do. And that's another thing people don't understand. There are demons in people's bodies that they were never human before. And now they're using their body. And then there are entities that because when we pass away, we go to become a part of an ethereal world that is the real world. That's the real world. Where we're at right now, we're getting a respite because we are spiritual beings having physical experience, not the other way around. People got it all wrong. They think that this is the world, all this material and everything, and that's just some kind of weird thing that you go into. No. And there are people when they come here, they're still very much connected to that other world. They're very much connected to that other side, which is the real world. And when you go into these alternate dimensions, realities, whatever, through sleep paralysis, or whether it happens to you because of a trauma. I've had people because of trauma that began, or they die. You know, they have an NDE, or they just have a plain old out of body experience. They'll go off into this alternate reality, and they're like, "Dude, this is weird coming back to this little fishbowl," because they see it now for what it is. It's a hologram. But it's a very advanced one. It's like the Matrix. It's like a Matrix. It is. You know, it's a simulation, but it's very well done. And that's the thing. You think that this is real, but I know people who have literally. One guy's name was Graham. I'm not going to say any more than that, but he literally went to sleep and he woke up in like a pod, and they were people coming up to him in white coats, and he wasn't drunk, high, or anything. He fell asleep in class in college in England. And he woke up in a pod, and he was a woman. He was a dark-skinned woman. He was like, "What in the hell is going on here?" He slipped off into the real, where his reality though is not necessarily your reality, Clint. You see what I'm saying? Like, if you were to slip off, you might go somewhere else because you're from. This is like a jumping onto or jumping off point, folks. Right here. This is a landing. We're on a landing right here. And so some people will have this weird experience where they're alien and they look different. They're from a totally different world. And then some people will be from the past or the future of another reality. And then that when they die, that's what happens to them. Some people go to a hell realm where they're being tortured because they're not good. And some people go into the darkness. They're just like in the darkness. One of the most terrifying NDEs I remember hearing about was not someone going to hell. Those are all scary. Believe me, they're terrible. They're horrific. Mm-hmm. But this one, his fear, his whole life was to be in the ocean. So he being in the middle of the ocean. Mm-hmm. So this guy, he ends up dying, and he hits his head or whatever. And he was literally, he had a seizure. He died on the way to the hospital. Like he had a bad, hematoma, and he should have brain damage, and he should be dead. His heart eventually stopped. The swelling of his brain had gotten so bad, and his heart stopped, and ended up going into a cardiac arrest. And he should be gone now. He's a miracle he's alive. He's from Tempe, Arizona. I know this guy. I don't know him personally, but I know him through social media. But he told me, he says, "Look, I woke up and I was bobbing around in the middle of the ocean, and I looked down and I was treading water." And he goes, and it was real. I mean, I was there. Mm-hmm. And there were sharks, huge. I don't know if you want to call them that. Some of them looked like they were different than sharks. And they were snapping at each other, trying to see who was going to eat me. And I was just bobbing there. And they were starting to rub up against my legs because it was real. This went on for several minutes. And then he got attacked. Something was taking him out of the water and lifting him up. And it looked like a shark. And then he would wake up and be back in this reality. Then he would go back into that reality. So what the heck is that? I mean, to this day, he still wakes up with nightmares, just screaming in the middle of the night. And his wife is freaking out. And what are you supposed to do? He keeps having these nightmares, and I've had people talk about being in the complete nothing, in the darkness. And then they start feeling stuff grabbing them and pulling them and starting to tear their limbs off of their body, trying to, and biting them, and tearing at them. And they can't see anything. It's just darkness. So not everybody is going to be from the same place. Not everybody is going to have the same experience. That's what people don't understand, is that this is one reality. And when you leave this body for whatever reason, whether it's a motorcycle accident or something hits you on the head, you fall off of a ladder, you go into that other whatever reality you end up in. But my point is this: if you have Christ, you have a grounding of where you're gonna go, and it's going to be okay, because Jesus isn't going to let you be in the middle of the ocean being eaten by monsters. He's not going to let you be torn apart in the darkness. He's not going to let you go into the hell realm and burn. He's not going to let you go to a horrific alternate reality, where the other guy's still president. I mean, there's horrible things that can happen to you.
Can I tell you this one last thing? It'd be very, very quick, and it's about heaven, real quick.
Yeah.
That I had. So when I was having this nightmare, and I've had a few nightmares where China launches a nuclear bomb and it hits us. Yeah. So that happened in my dream, night terror, actually, I call them. And so after that happened, all of a sudden, the earth blows up and it breaks up like a ball you hang on a tree, like a glass ball, right? Like a bulb, right? And it cracks into like, you know, like 3 or 4 pieces I see, and I'm out. All of a sudden, I'm out in space,
Mm-hmm.
and all I could do is pray at that point, right? Like some of my night terrors I've had, and I've done this a couple times, and this is one of the rapture dreams I've had, and so I just I get real scared and terrified, and I'm in space. I'm looking around. It's dark, and it's a little bit of stars, and I pray, and I'm just in a ball. Nothing happened for a few seconds, but then I woke up inside of this huge room, all made of marble. I was on a California king size bed. It was like all red silk sheets. I was in a red silk robe, and I looked around, and I seen a granite or column coming down, marble, whatever it was, white with some black in it, swirling around, and and the ceilings and the floor all the same thing. And after I noticed that I was there, I all of a sudden a force just picked me up and put me in front of the bed, and I was kind of hovering in front of the bed with my arms and kind of my legs kind of like this, and in that robe I was in, and I was there stuck in what I know as on earth as a sleep paralysis, because I couldn't move because I was paralyzed. And I think it's because I noticed that I was there. And then after I noticed I was there and I got stuck in sleep paralysis, when I was it felt like sleep paralysis. I was paralyzed. When I was there standing up like a starfish almost, looking around this kingdom, mansion, whatever it was, I ended up back my body and I woke up again. So that was just a quick one. I got a lot, but I'm saying that was just one. So, but yeah, it's awesome. It was pretty cool.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you're still here with us.
Me too. Well, I mean, I could be in heaven, but I gotta be here for my daughter at least. I got full custody of her. She's 12, about to go on 13. So, she needs me.
When you go into these other places, what people they often think of it's like it's a dream or it's some kind of weird thing. Have you ever read? I don't know if anybody in the audience has done this, but have you guys ever read people who've taken salvia?
Yeah, my 2 friends did that one time. They tried to get me to do it, but I didn't do it. And I watched them go crazy, and I just couldn't stand it. I was like, y'all are wild. I'm not doing this. I'm out. But yes. Mm-hmm.
And they will go to these alternate realities, and they'll be there for months, years. And then they come back, and it's been 12 minutes. And it is so nuts. I mean, it is so nuts. Yeah. And so I can't even tell you how many people I've read stories from or talked to who've done it. And and the reality that they slip into seems so real to them. And they were like, it just seems so real. And I'm like, yeah, because a lot of aspects of it were.
Yeah.
And then what it is here's what it is, folks. When you return to this reality, your brain reconfigures everything that you learned or did or whatever. And so it may not be weird to you when it's happening. It's because while it's happening, it's not, you're just living that way. And then when you come back from that other side, from that trip, your brain starts to tell you, okay, now we have to make sense of this, and you can't. So it takes the tools at its disposal, and it creates the story of where you were. So then you start talking about it and telling people about it, and it makes no sense because your brain has literally filled in the blanks with the only thing it knew how. So a lot of it is it's your experience mixed with the filler of your fragmented mind. And then what ends up happening is you're left with this wild, bizarre tale that you have no way to really disseminate to someone. You can't tell them what to do. You don't know that because you don't know yourself.
Yeah.
See, And I've interviewed a few people who now here's what gets me. I interviewed a guy who his name was Garrison. He did that's the only thing I want to call him. But anyway, Garrison had told me this story. He said, "Look, I had this weird situation. I want to tell his story eventually on the show, so I'm not going to give too much away. But he was talking about having an experience. I think he was out in California when he was visiting some relatives, and they went up onto this little hill, glorified hill, or mountains, not the word, but it's like a glorified hill. But anyway, they went up on this overlook and they all took that salvia. And he said, dude, the beings that are entities that I had been dealing with in the haunting going on at his house revealed themselves to him. And he doesn't live in California. He was there visiting, if I remember correctly. And so what happened to this guy, it makes sense because like he started to, when he went back to his place where he was having these experiences, and it could have been alien or demonic, either one or both. He started to see them clearly after taking the salvia. And so that right there confirms to me, because he has said something that a lot of other people have said, that they'll have this weird affirmation after taking a type of hallucinogen, not just salvia, but like peyote or DMT. And then they'll see the entities that have been plaguing them or bothering them. And so I think that it's something that can manifest what's already there, it's like hidden, something that's hidden. It has the ability, not every time, but it has the ability to manifest these things in our reality in a way so that we can perceive them. And then when we go out of the fourth or fifth density, depending on how far out there you are, when you come back, like I said, your brain tries to make sense of what it just did. So it instantly processes it. And then it comes out in the form of, what would be, let's put it this way. You're looking at these. And the only reason I'm saying this is because I know from experience, having gone and seen the geometric world and seeing the lines being created. And it's like this, I don't even want to get into it. It's too much. I can't explain it. But then when you come back, when you go to the other phase, if you happen to find yourself in the geometric world, okay, folks, I'm going to tell you, there's an intermediate zone before you come back into the astral plane, before you come back into our plane. Immediately from here, okay, because you can bypass all of that, like in an elevator. It's like an elevator goes up, the door opens, you go out into the astral plane. If that elevator door doesn't open, you go up to the next density, and then that opens. And yeah, you know what I'm saying, Clint. Okay. So you go and so you can bypass certain levels. And so when people die, a lot of times that's what they do. But it's not like this. It's like this. It goes around. It's like a loop. And then the elevator's going, okay, you're not going to stop here. You're not going to stop here. You're not going to stop here. You better stop somewhere, because you're going to end up. And then right before it gets really bad, then it gets good again. See, that's the weird thing people don't understand. It's like a wheel. Okay. And if you get shot out into the fourth or fifth density and you're out there beyond the astral plane, that's where you end up in that geometric field. When you see those geometric patterns, don't be afraid. Just remember that if you go further up, there's a more heavenly area. It gets calmer and it becomes more real again. And then you're going to be forced with the reality that you may not want to deal with, just because you're not going to want to come back here. But you have to. Until God calls you home, it's up to him. Then you go. So if you go back down that wheel, you go further down. Right there is a place where if you were to exit right there, that could be a problem, because that place, you're not going to understand the laws there, whatever. And there are many different offshoots of that, and they become realities. They've become realities where the laws of our physics don't apply. And think of it like this. If there are 9 known dimensions, or 11, as some people say, imagine each one of those as a river. Now imagine how a very powerful river can have a giant stream that kicks off from it. It's still part of its own river, but it's a small, and then that has little creeks that run off of it. Look how big Brushy Creek is.
Yeah.
And it's really connecting between Lake Travis, which is actually the Colorado River, right? Mm-hmm. And then it's also connecting to the San Gabriel. So it's created its own little tributary, whatever. Think of it like that. That's one reality right there. That's one creek. But look how many little creeks come off of there.
Yeah.
Plum, Bull, Watershed, all these other.
It's like
all
a
these,
fractal.
Yeah. So it's fractals. Yes. So that is the intermediate. That's that world where, and it can fracture into all these different pieces. And then when you go into the next level, you see the geometric shapes, and that's where you see, this is how all of this is being created because of the interconnection. It doesn't, it doesn't make sense when you come back. You're going like, how do I quantify this? You can't. You cannot. And if you try, and if you spend too much time wasting trying to use the three-dimensional brain to understand and then to try to explain it to people, you'll go crazy. There are people who have lost their minds doing equations, trying to get back to where that realm is. And that is the creation realm. It's an intermediate zone. But the whole thing is one big creator zone, right? And then you go from there, you go to the next level. Anyway, it goes on and on. So I encourage anybody, if anybody is ever going to, I encourage you to use caution. If you ever do any of these things, and I would say don't. I would give you that. Don't do it. But if you're going to do it anyway, and you end up in those zones, if you're at that area, don't panic, but you're in a very real dangerous place because you may not come back, because that silver cord is becoming thinner and thinner, and you're starting, you will literally forget who you are. You will. You won't know who Clint is. You'll come back here and you'll be like so foreign in your body. You won't feel like you are here. You don't belong here. I spent 6 months like that. I didn't lose my mind. I have a very strong, grounded, powerful mind, and my connection to Christ kept me grounded here because I was like, this is not the real reality. And every day I had to pray to God through Christ, and I talked to God. I talked to Christ. Now, I'm not one of those people that says, yeah, God's talking back to me. He's calling me on the phone. Hey, buddy, what's up?
Yeah.
No, I didn't do none of that. But I tried everything I could to try to make sense of the journey that I had and the things that were told to me and shown to me. And I can't explain it here. There's no way without sounding like a lunatic. You just sound like a crazy person.
Have you ever astral projected before?
Yeah, many times.
Well, me too. And I did it through the way I found out about it, actually, because I was looking up, searching my sleep paralysis experiences. I was trying to fix it, and there was these crazy people that apparently went to a hotel and they induced themselves in the sleep paralysis just to astral project. And I'm like, huh? And so apparently what happens is your feet, when you're in sleep paralysis, you don't panic or anything like that. And if you just sit still, and I did it, because what else you gonna do when you're stuck? But your feet start to tingle, like your arms asleep or something like that, and then it goes all the way up to your head. Instead of the crown of your head to the soles of your feet, it's the soles of your head to the crown of your head, right? And then you come out your body apparently. And so I did that one day, and lo and behold, I sunk down through my bed. It was all blackness, and I popped out on the other side of my bed. And so I've been to my daughter's room one time. I seen a black witch doctor in there with a white base, and she wasn't happy I was in there. But I went and blessed that room. When I woke up, I shot back to my body that time. But then the other time I went to Europe, and I went into this hotel where there was other people apparently doing the same thing I was doing. Now, I've watched John Ramirez, if you know who that is, and he was all ex-Satanist that used to astral project into the astral projecting round, and they used to meet and everything like that, up with the high wizards and warlocks and witches and stuff like that. So I know it's evil. It's not really the correct way to do it. There's many doors in heaven. That's not the way to go, right? It's only one way. It's illegal. Now, what I did is I went there and I talked to these people when I was in this hotel. It looked like a hotel. And I asked them, I said, can you see me? They said, yes. I said, do you know I'm astral projecting my body right now? They said, yes. It was a bunch of people. And I wound up in this room where there was this laptop with a projector in there projecting on the wall. I'm going to tell you this real quick. And this was only about a year or maybe less when the Ukraine-Russia started the war.
Mm-hmm.
And I seen Russia, Ukraine together with the Ukraine flag over all of it, the colors, with Vladimir Putin's face right dead center in the middle of it. and I tried to get the URL that was on the laptop, but it was just too fuzzy, and then I shot back into my body. But that's what happened to me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yep.
Yep. And
Yep.
Jake says you have to be careful of who was telling you and showing you these things, Wolf. Those arts are forbidden by the Father for a reason. I wasn't practicing these arts.
Well, you got the silver cord, so I understand
Yeah,
that.
you got a silver cord. I mean, that's the thing. Some people, though, they're of the opinion, they believe that you have to have intercession from demons to do these things. No, all of you can do this. You were all born with the ability to do these things, because that is enlightenment too. You can see beyond this reality, because that's what Jesus
Yeah.
wanted us to do, was see beyond this reality so that we could see the true reality and go to it. That's the thing. Now, are there people who practice these things and do it through the back door? Yes, of course there are. And I don't practice those. And I never laid down and just said, hey, I'm going to go come out of my body tonight and go run around and see what's going on. I never did that. And I haven't invaded people's spaces on purpose, because when you're in that realm too, and you're just kind of, you kind of feel, you fall into that dream state where nothing is really in charge. The left side of your brain is shut down. The right side takes over, and anything is possible at that point.
Mhm.
You can end up in someone else's house or abode, and you don't even know how you got there, or something can trick you or push you into that, So you have to be very, very careful, man. And yeah, Jake, so you're very careful. I get it. I know one of the times when I know 100% that it was astral projection. I didn't know what to call it at the time, but my neighbor, me and her were very good friends, and she lived right across from me, and I was asleep, and I had a one-bedroom apartment at that time, and I was dog tired, man, and it was my only day off that week, and I just slept the whole day. I would wake up, sleep, and I fell asleep, and I woke up, and I was in her apartment, which I had been in many times, and I saw her and her boyfriend, a real nice guy. I've known both of them for a while. They were really cool. And they were eating off of like a charcuterie board. Like, they were eating cheese and they were drinking wine and they were watching Friends. And I remember it like so vividly. And then I'm thinking, oh, I'm in Susan's apartment. Why am I here like this? And where's my body? I started to become aware that I was watching this, and and I snapped it too, like to the real reality of like fully being on, like I'm talking to you now, And I
Mhm.
said, dude, and so I had to like get back out, and I said, my body must be, and I thought I was dead. I said, man, I must be dead. I was like 17 or something. So I started, and I had my own place when I was young. I moved out when I was 16. So I was kind of had to swim kind of like, and then I thought about it, and I just pushed through the wall. And it was the first time I was really, I guess, acutely aware, like in this sort of consciousness in
Yeah.
that realm. And so I went back into my body, and then later I told her everything that I had seen, and she was like, that's freaky. Now, she
Wow.
lived on the second floor. We both did. So there was no way for her to say, hey, no, that's what happened. And I told her, I said, this is going to sound really freaky. And then she admitted to me that she had been coming out of her body too. And then at one point, I had two roommates. They were just sleeping on the couch, and then they had a pull-out couch or whatever that they brought. And they just slept on the couch. And one of them was a tow truck driver, and he was just an old country hick dude. And the other dude was this African-American guy, my friend Greg, who I'm still friends with this day. He lives in San Antonio now, but they started having weird dreams where they were coming out of what they thought was dreams, where they were coming out of their body. And one of them, the guy that drove the tow truck, he was this crazy little redneck dude. And he was my friend's cousin, and I didn't know him that well, but he was an okay roommate. But he went through the floor, and he told me about the guy downstairs fighting with his girlfriend and what he saw, and I was like, what? I said, dude, because I've been coming. So I don't know what it was about that place, that particular apartment building. That particular apartment complex is just weird. It's built all weird. Like they built it like, here's a building here, and then we'll build some more over here and some more. And so that was just like one little building where there were 4 units on that one little building in this massive complex. And it was kind of unlike the other units around it. And everybody that lived there had weird stuff happen to them. Like there was weird stuff. My friend that lived downstairs, right below the girl whose apartment I ended up floating into, that person was found sleepwalking a couple times, and next thing you know, they're having absence seizures. And she told us, she's like, I'd never. That was the guy that lived there. It was his girlfriend, but she was like, I've never had this problem before until I moved here. So whatever was there, and when I moved out of there, I went to live at this other place because my friends wanted to move over there by South First, where I was back in the day, and so I went to go live with them. And I didn't have a bunch of weird stuff happen in that place. Hardly at all. I remember that apartment and just I don't remember any weird stuff hardly at all. I didn't have dreams coming out of my body. Only thing weird about it was a guy, like I said the other night on the show, some guy called himself Wolf, started living there after I did and became a murderer. That's all I can, which is a weird thing. Yeah, very weird. And then he went to prison, and then he died in prison of like cancer or something was weird. But yeah, but I never. I had people say that there was weird stuff there, but I personally didn't really. Had some weird dreams, but I didn't come out of my body, and it was nothing like that place. I mean, I don't remember. I just remember that place being like I would stop, sleep, go, and then leave and go to work. That was pretty much it. But apparently there was some activity there from the other people that had been there, but I didn't really notice it so much because I think I worked all the time. I was just always working. And then after that, I ended up staying at this other place for a few months, and then I ended up at the haunted house, and I stayed at for 10 years. So there was like this little respite where nothing really happened in the places I lived. Nothing that I can really say was, weird, horrible. But then I lived in that place for 10 years where the dreams were like, you weren't just dreaming. You were everybody. So, but anyway.
Yeah, see, the only place I did the astral projecting was at my my grandmother's house, and she's always professed since we were kids that there was a ghost in her house, and she named it John. So whatever the connection is there, obviously it's like the same thing you're talking about, it's something there, happening. So that's how I did it when I did it, and I did it a few times,
Well, yeah, and maybe there could be something to that. Hold on. Earlier today, folks, something really bad happened. I was sitting at my desk doing some work for the show, and there are these. It's not non-lethal. It's called less than lethal force because the round balls will actually kill someone if you hit them in the head with it. So I had a case of these balls, and they're filled with
the burner,
burner, yeah. I didn't want to say the name, but they're filled with the pepper balls.
Yeah.
And one of them, I don't know how, it got crushed or something, and the cap was off. And when I went to go and put this stuff away, I opened it up, and it was like it got all over the place. And man, you talk about several of these balls being, ignited.
Yeah, it did not look fun.
It was horrible.
Oh.
And so I couldn't breathe. My wife came downstairs because I was choking, and Tony started panicking. He was getting ready to go to work, and he's like, "Look, thank God he was there," because I was like falling over trying to get. It was like all of them hit my face. It was like because when I opened it, the thing was like, and they poured milk on my on my head. My eyes were swollen shut. It was pretty intense. And the bathroom is just right there, and it just it was bad. So anyway, that whole area is still, if you walk up to it, you can't hardly. Where I left for the show, I couldn't breathe.
Wow, that's scary. That's scary.
Oh, but all right. Well, I'll let you run,
Yep.
Clint. Come back
All right,
again,
brother.
and we'll talk some more. And let's get Sailor Nemesis on. Thank you for your time.
Yep. All right, brother. Thank you, man. Have a great one.
You too. So on to Sailor Nemesis, and then we have 3 other people in the chat. So what do you have for us, Sailor? You were supposed to show up last week, and
I was fighting aliens, remember?
well, yeah, that's the excuse. But I just figured you just said you know what? To hell with these people. I'm not going to do anything.
Just took a nap.
You just
No,
bow.
I would never ever say that.
Yeah. Well, it looks like
Okay.
people bounced out of the chat. We still got 3 people there. Dragon Paw, you were up next too. If you want to come back in, so I didn't mean for you to bounce out like that. But go ahead, tell us what's going on with you.
All right. Now the story is fairly short, unfortunately, or fortunately, however you want to look at that. I have 2 friends. They're a couple. Their names are Christina and Drew, and they had an apartment in an area of town that wasn't necessarily so good, but the area of that side of town they lived in was nicer. Hopefully that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
So the apartment complex that they lived in was pretty small. There was across from each other, there's 2 upstairs portions that had 2 rooms on each side, and then there was 2 apartments underneath on both sides. So my friends lived on the upstairs portion of the place, and they had the people that lived right below them. I'm just gonna give this woman the name Miranda because I don't even remember what her name is. Her and Christina became pretty good friends, and slowly things started to unravel and fall apart. Miranda had a husband and she had 3 small children, and she would run around on her husband, mistreat the children, substance abuse issues, all sorts of that stuff. So eventually they had a falling out, and Miranda and Christina weren't friends anymore. Well, one day when there was a big fight between both couples, and it was just all bad, and Miranda ended up getting taken into custody, so she was in jail. Now my 2 friends, they have a healthy relationship. They don't fight with each other. They're really calm, and I've never seen them angry with one another. But they noticed as the evening progressed, they were just getting short with each other, and at one point it was just outright hostile, and so they were arguing, and Drew told Christina, like, be quiet, someone is outside listening. They thought it was the husband, since Miranda was still in jail, because he would do weird crap like that, come up and listen at their door and stuff. So eventually Drew just said, like, screw it, I'm gonna leave. I don't want to keep fighting, and he took off. Well, something told Christina to check their ring cam footage, and what she saw frightened her enough to have her call Drew and tell him, like, to immediately come back home.
Mm-hmm.
So when she first showed me this footage, I noticed there was at least 6 different demonic shadowy faces in the video. And as her and I were examining it, I started seeing more and more different faces, in the darkness. And I brought this video to Abe's channel, Spiritual Encrypted Encounters.
Yeah.
And it was actually through analyzing it with Abe and cousin Jesse that we found there is a Lechuza witch in the video footage,
Mm-hmm.
and you can see her face transform, and it's crazy. It really shocked me and my friend. She was blown away when I had told her about it and showed her. So, one thing I wanted to add about Miranda's family, apparently there is some witchcraft in their background. And Christina had also told me that while her and Miranda were at each other's throats, they had done some magic or whatever to try and take her life. Well, the downstairs neighbor on the other side of the complex mysteriously passed away. No health issues, nothing wrong with her. That woman passed away. And Miranda's husband, his mother also lived in their apartment complex, and that woman was so demonically oppressed that she would wander around and talk to the walls. And I noticed she was always like kind of hunched over, and it was right after I heard you talking about how they attach at the base of your spine.
Mm-hmm.
That's the first time I saw her, and that's just what I thought immediately, just from how she behaved and stuff.
So, are we going to show this?
Yeah. We have a video right here.
Folks, if you don't believe it, please don't. This is why most of the time we don't show or do whatever. But it was recommended by Abe, and I know you, and so I just thought we could do it this one time. I don't want to make it a habit of showing people's photos and pictures. A lot of people try to get me to do them. We stay away from it because it causes so many problems, and the person that shows it gets laughed at, ridiculed, or messed with, and then other people defend them, and then there's a fight, and then people don't believe it, or they think that we're promoting it. This is strictly something that someone has given you, right? And you're showing us, right?
Yes.
So I have seen it a couple times. I'm not gonna. I don't know. We'll show the footage. And then you guys, but like I said, if you have a negative, keep it to yourself, please.
All right, so we have a couple of them here. One of them is the full speed, and the other one is the slow-mo. So let me play one. And we got someone leaving there. Hang on, let me get the other one. Video. Okay. I think this one might be the full speed. This is the slow-mo.
Put the camera off of me so we can focus on
that. So we see something that, like, it looks like something scurries, like, right after they... Here, let's do this. So, Sailor, why don't you tell me, like, when to pause this and like what y'all found in y'all's analysis here.
Okay, so The first time viewing the footage with my friend, I had mentioned about the faces that we had seen, but also the person exiting the apartment, that is Drew when he left when they were arguing. And you do notice something that as soon as he opens that door and walks through it, it jumps back.
Mm-hmm.
And talking with Abe, we were trying to figure out, if that was just another entity or if it was something attached to the witch, because in case anybody's confused, it's on the left-hand side of the screen. And
Yeah,
I
because right
kind of,
before he comes out, it looks like something's right there.
yeah, I tried to slow it down. I couldn't figure out how to get it frame by frame like Abe was doing.
Mm-hmm.
But you can clearly see when her face starts to show, it's like an owl. You can see the beak and everything. And the face morphs into the face of a woman that's smiling, and it's creepy as hell because she's looking right into the camera and
So I'm gonna
smiling.
try and do a frame by frame here, and you let me know when you see what you're trying to show us.
You're doing it right now?
Yeah, just kind of move a
Okay.
little bit slow.
So I see your face is morphing right here back into the human face.
Which part of the video is it? Left hand side, right hand
It's on
side?
the left hand side, and like her face is in the upper area of the frame.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
But
So
something
it's the
else I
white
wanted.
thing.
Yeah, it's that white. That's the white spot in the right there's a good point.
Mm-hmm.
You can see her face really well, and then
See,
see that shadow moving around behind
yeah, I
her.
was gonna say beneath that is where you see something scurrying along. You see that?
Yes, there's also a pair of eyes too that show that they open. You can see like they just look like lights, but you can see there's another entity back there besides that one that jumps away. And then there was also something beneath her face, like beneath her. Oh, right there, right there. If you
Right
could
there.
pause, go back like 1 second.
All right, let's see.
Because you can, I wanted right there, pause it right there.
Okay.
And if, I don't know if the viewers can zoom in on it, but if you zoom in, you can see the beak of the bird beak changing into the nose of a woman.
Hmm.
And as far as what was underneath, like her chin, there's these weird looking lights right there. That I don't know if that was another entity as well that was attached to her. Like Abe and I couldn't figure that out, what that was right there. But
So
yeah.
that white dot would be the eye shine, you're saying?
Well, there's like a cluster of lights. Like I'm not sure how to describe it, but that could be an eye of something else.
Let's do a frame by frame here. And this is after he comes out.
And there wasn't
But it's
other
before he
than,
comes out that something scurries away. You can see, like, on the left hand side, you can see that shadow.
Yeah.
Watch. There it is.
yeah,
It's like something just moves real quick right before he opens the door. Like right there. Runs away. But yeah.
Yeah, there was a lot of activity in those shots. I wish they'd left that apartment since then, since this has happened. But I had asked Christina the other night if she had any footage from their Ring camera just from throughout the time they were living there, and unfortunately she said no, she didn't have any more. But that place, you could definitely feel the heaviness of that place. And every time I left from hanging out with them, I would tell everything. I would tell the entities like, you are not allowed to come home with me.
Hmm.
So I hope I did a good job at presenting that. Um,
Yeah, I mean, I think you did well, all things considered. Like it's not an easy thing. Like you're here with what 430 people watching you. So yeah, and I mean, most people don't even are too shy even to be on camera. So I think you did a good job. So have any of these things ever tried to follow you from their place?
um, I don't necessarily think it was from. Hold on, let me fix my headphone. It's falling out. I don't think it was anything from their place specifically, but I did come on, a few weeks back and told the story about my ex, the encounter that he had in the orchard across the street from ours. And my aunt, which is who I live with, mentioned to me that my ex had told her one time, whatever's out in the surrounding orchards won't cross onto your property. He had more than just that one. The story that I told happened to him. Um, but I have some videos too, like saved to my gallery of something that that is just like riling up the coyotes in the area. It's so loud, it's crazy. It sounds like the speakers blaring surround sound of coyotes yapping and then dogs like it's just crazy. Like that was happening about a month ago, and I felt something was off with that because one of the times, as soon as I turned on my camera and got to my front door, when I touched the door handle, all of the sound just stopped. It
Hmm,
just went
it's not good.
silent, and I thought that was really weird. Um, and actually, this is another little short encounter of something weird. The other night, my friend had come by and I was talking to him. He was sitting in his car in my driveway, and we have like a dirt driveway where you drive up, and it was probably about 12:30, like midnight. It was pretty dark out, because there's no street lights around here because I live out in the country. And so him and I are just having a normal conversation. I'm standing right there by his open window of his car. And all of a sudden, I just hear this voice say, like, hey, hey. It sounded like somebody somebody that had been like pushing 40, like smoking crack for years. Like, that's what the voice sounds like,
Jeez,
okay? Hear me out.
that rough.
And I looked because it startled me, and it was like like I could see the outline of a woman, but it didn't, something just wasn't right. For one, neither one of us heard her walking up. It was almost as if she just appeared right there.
Mm.
And what she said was, hey, like, hey, and then I'm 19. I'm only 19 years old. Can you give me a ride? Like, and then I asked her, I was like, what are you doing? What are you doing out here? Like, who are you? And then she just repeated herself. And
She said she was 19.
yeah, but she sounded like like I just said, the description I just gave. It didn't make sense. It was just weird.
Yeah.
I mean, did she look like she was 19, or did she look old?
Well, I couldn't really see her facial features. Like it was, the body shape was kind of like, I'd say, like a middle-aged woman, like plump-sized middle-aged woman. But yeah, there's no way that she was 19. I don't know why she even said that. If that was really a person, I don't know.
Wow.
But that in itself was weird, because we don't have people walking up and down the road out here. That's not something that goes on.
Yeah. And the
And
fact
for
that
her to
nobody
just,
heard her walk up before she got close enough to talk to y'all.
right, and the dogs would have alerted if they, if they hear anything, they'll start barking. Or even the neighbor dogs a little down the way, like they would have been barking too if she was walking over to my place. But let me add in this too. So my friend, he told me, go inside, go inside. So I rushed in the house and he left. And after, it was probably about 30 minutes after that had happened, and the wind started blowing really hard, and I started hearing footsteps, and that's when the dogs started going berserk. Like our dogs, the neighbors' dogs were just barking and barking, and it sounded like little footsteps, like child-sized footsteps. But it started with just one set, and then there was like 5 or 6 just running back and forth. One of the windows in my room faces the front of the house, and it sounded like it was running back and forth on the cement that makes the little walkway that we have.
Mm-hmm.
And I immediately started telling it, like, you can't be here in the name of Jesus Christ. You're not allowed here, and claiming the blood of Christ over the property and my home. And so, like, I have that down pretty good. But and then one more thing. When I was editing this footage to send to you guys, as soon as I got finished with it, I heard, it sounded like it came from inside the garage, somebody just punching the metal door. So I thought I would add that. And there was nobody outside or in there that would have done that. It was just that just happened.
Yeah, I've had the same experience working security. I was guarding this townhome that had just got built, and I was inside the garage, and it sounded like someone just like threw this huge like rock right up against that garage door, and it reverberated all over the place, and real loud. And I went to go check on the other side of it. There was nothing. And like on the other side of the garage door, there was nothing but just like an empty field for like acres and acres.
That was Mueller.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Mueller. Yeah, that is where me and Zane heard the noises that one night. Yeah, we heard, like, we thought was like,
there wasn't even anything that was up against the door. They got
vibration.
Yeah.
You remember there was a house where we used to park, where we were told to sit by Standard Pacific. Used to own that. But they told us just to sit at a certain spot, and there was a house across the street, and there was always somebody going around, walking around that window upstairs. Okay, and they were always like looking out the window at us, and there was a woman and she looked like an old lady. And so one day, one of my guards, I think it was Clark, and he still works for us, and that's actually my nephew's uncle from his other side. And so he walked over there one day when the guy was leaving, and he saw this like woman looking down at him, and the reason he did was because the construction site had a bunch of screws and nails, and they had spilled them. So it was already bad enough that you can get one in your tire, but they had spilled them right there, and they had gone over it, with a magnet or whatever they do. There's different ways they pick them up, but they just wanted to make them be aware to not get too close to that side of the street, and let them know if they're trying to mitigate the damage, I guess. So Clark was letting the neighbors know, and when he got to the people that live there, the next day, I had to go in and relieve him so he could go work a different account, because it was a 12-hour shift, like 6 to 6, and I got there at like 10, and I had to do a bunch of crap. And so I said, well, sorry, I had to do all that other stuff, whatever, so he could go and do his other side. And he says, he goes, all this time we thought that there was somebody that hung around upstairs or whatever. He goes, well, here's something creepy. He's like, nobody's up there. It's just this guy and his wife and his kid. And so that room is a guest bedroom. And they knew nothing about some old woman up there. So we were seeing her for months, and she looked like, and now get this, while all that was going on too, it's interesting that you bring that up, that we heard an owl all the time out there at that place. It was really, really loud, really pronounced. And we would, and then I kind of started thinking about it, and I was like, the banging, the weird voices that you would hear that were speaking what sounded like gibberish. I quit sitting over there. I started sitting up on the hill facing what used to be the airport tower when they were building that particular subdivision, and they were building it in pieces, and it went on for years. And behind me, if you keep walking across that field, is where eventually they built a studio for I guess like Hollywood East is what you would call it.
Yeah.
And my uncle works security for that company that has that contract. And then if you keep going, there's an HEB there, a grocery store. Well, that particular area, it was all just part of the airport at one time, and it was airport land. And I was sitting in my vehicle one time, and I personally didn't really see this because I was busy doing something on my phone. And my nephew was standing outside the truck, and he was talking to a guard. He passed away. What was his name? Clark's best friend. Steven. Okay, so Steve, I get it doesn't matter when you say his last name, but Steve was outside talking and he passed away of cancer about 4 years ago. Really good guy, good guard, and worked for us for a decade. But they both were like, whoa, did you just see that? And like I said, I was looking down at my phone, and I looked up, and I was like, what? And they said, so they started walking and then kind of trotting toward this area. So I get out of the truck. I don't know what's going on. And I was just dropping Zane off because there had been some theft on one side of the property. So they wanted the guards to be in that area where they were doing the build. They wanted one on the hill and then one down at the bottom. So I was dropping them off, and I was getting ready to leave. And it's the east side, so it's kind of a bad area. But they saw a person walking, dressed all in black, wearing a backpack over their shoulder, and that person just like dematerialized right before their eyes. Like they thought they saw him walking up the hill, and they were like, and then the person just vanished. But I could have swore I saw that person walking down the street one time. Same description, whatever, and they were just walking, and I saw them go to the HEB and then come back, and they're carrying a bag. And I was like, that's the same description. I've seen this guy. And maybe he was homeless or something because he always wore the same clothes, but I'd seen him at least twice. But that night he vanished. I didn't see it. I didn't see that. I didn't see anything weird, but where Anthony's talking about the sound, we heard it too.
Yeah.
And you would go up inside of those buildings and there would be nothing in there. And I thought, man, I would never, ever want to live here. Same thing with that water stone. It's not called that now.
Mm-hmm.
When I first started working for Snake Man, who's in the Guinness Book of Records for laying in a coffin with rattlesnakes. But it was just, that whole place was so bad. The workers would pour out of that place trying to get out of there before dark. They were so superstitious.
That's where you took that old picture with the faces in it.
There was a little goblin,
yeah, and then there was another one that looked like a baby,
like a little boy,
yeah.
And they were standing there looking in my window.
Mm-hmm.
I was not taking a picture of them. I was taking a picture of the green orb.
Yeah,
there was I had a picture, a perfect picture of a green orb just floating, and I took my phone and I snapped it. And it ended up in my sbcglobal.net, whatever.
Like old 2005.
Yeah, probably before you were born, Sailor. I don't know how.
My aunt still uses a SBC Global email.
Really? So they still exist?
I think
if
so.
I could get into that somehow.
I mean, probably if you remember,
I gave up a long time.
If you remember
ago.
the name of it, you can probably reset the password.
SBC, okay.
Yeah, my uncle, when he passed away, he also had an email address for that. And I went on, I think it was Yahoo website or something, and was able to get them to mail a code over so that we could get into his email. So I think it'd be worth a shot to see if you could.
Oh, well, maybe I can.
I had another short story I wanted to tell.
Yeah, go ahead.
Similar to the disappearing man that you just said. I'm sure everybody knows, when in Hispanic culture, when someone passes away, how in a car accident or something, they make a little memorial thing for them, the person that passed.
Yeah.
Well, one night, my ex and I were going into town, and we're still out in the country. We passed by one of those memorials, and it looked like there was 2 candles that were lit, set in front of the little cross, but then there was also what looked like a woman that was laying down, like on her face, her like, and her knees were underneath her, like she was crying, weeping, or mourning, or whatever. And when we drove by, we both saw her, and then we both turned to look. She was gone, and the candles weren't there. It was just pitch black.
That is crazy. That
sounds about right.
Yeah, and I've heard some stories about places where people have had car wrecks. I went into a what's it called? Where they repo people's cars, a tow yard.
Yeah.
And this guy told me, "Hey, go around the side over there. That's where they keep the cars." Remember that, Anthony?
Yeah, that's where they keep the cars that were involved in fatalities.
He says, I won't go there. And he said he didn't really believe, but he was terrified to go over there. So you don't really believe, but you're terrified to go there. So you probably do really believe.
Yeah, you just don't want to admit it because you're working there overnight alone.
Yeah, and we were just now earlier before the show going over what we were going to do for tomorrow's podcast episode, and I think we should talk about, because we did one about the tow yard in Mexico with the Minotaur.
Yeah.
But there's one that we got that was from a tow yard, and this was in L.A. You can imagine what kind of nightmares are going. But this guy, he gave us one, and he was real. I don't know. It was creepy. So I don't know. I'm thinking about retelling maybe a series of stories from people's security and people that work at night and encounter weird things. We had a security guard tell us to our faces, that he had a full on and this guy was very grounded. He was ex-Army. And he was friends with Armando, and that's how we ended up hiring him. And he worked for us for about 6 to 8 months or something like that several years ago. But he had a full-on encounter with somebody in Killeen when he was doing security. And he would see this person, like, and wave at them, talk to them, how their day was, but he'd only see them late at night. There was a woman, and I was just reading this one like 2 weeks ago. Maybe, no, not last week, probably 2 weeks ago. And I was looking through this file, and this woman that he thought was just as flesh and blood as we are. And then he's driving her name. He gave her name. I don't want to say her name. I know her name. I know who is a Hispanic woman, like you said. And it starts with an E. I'll just say that. But he saw E, like he was driving, and he said for some reason it was kind of slick, and he lost control. Like he dropped his phone or something, and he was trying to pick it up and still watch the road. And he kind of swerved, and he went off the road. And then he stopped. He slammed on the brakes. And when he got out of his car, he's just like, dude, holy crap. I almost, lost control. His car was, whatever. Or his SUV. And he gets out of the SUV and he walks and he's like, dude, I just put my head on my hands on my head and was just like, dude, okay, this was freaky. He was on his way home from work. He got off at 5 a.m. I remember where he was working at. He was working at the East. We were talking about Chicken Man.
Yeah.
Yeah. The other night. That's funny. So he ends up losing control and he walks over, and right there is one of those memorials. And it was that woman's name that he was seeing. And he goes, oh my gosh. But it was old. Like it had been there for a while. And so while he was there working, this woman walks by, and he sees kind of like another woman on the other side of her, and he goes, oh, that's E. So he goes in front and he starts talking to the younger girl, well, to what he thought was this woman. He's like, I had a weird thing happen. He's like, I'm sorry to bother you. He goes, I know you come by here all the time with your groceries or whatever, but he goes, I saw a memorial that had your name on it. And the girl was kind of walking away, and then she stopped and turned around, and she's like, excuse me. And he turns and to talk to her, and he looks back, and that woman is gone. The first one is gone. And he turns around, he goes, I don't know what just happened. He goes, I lost control of my vehicle a couple nights ago. This was 2 or 3 nights later, because he only worked it like 4 nights a week at that time, because he had another job or whatever. And he turned around and he goes, I'm sorry. I thought I just saw your mother. And this woman was like, no, that's impossible. She passed away 4 years ago, or something like 3 years ago or something like that. And he was like, what? And she goes, yeah, the memorial, she died in an accident. He goes, I see her come through here like all the time. But he knew something was off when he lost control. And when he was walking around, he saw that right there by the pole or tree. So, and I don't remember exactly where it was at. I talked to Abe. I think I talked to Abe about it once, and we just we were putting it together, and he was saying something about that area being really full of activity. Because it's not that far from Elms Grove where he was talking about, where this person passed away. But this person worked for us back in 2019. Right, Anthony? It was 2019. You know what I'm talking about, right? Yeah. Okay. And this happened to him several years before that. And this woman had died a few years before that. So you're talking like, I don't know, 15 something more years ago. I just remember that story. And there were so many like that too, that I've gotten just so many ghost stories of people. It boggle your mind how many stories I've picked up over the years with. I bet I have 3,000 of them. I'm not even kidding. I bet you any money on the barrelhead, we got 3,000 ghost stories. Probably 1,000 Bigfoot or 1,500 Bigfoot stories we still haven't told. Probably 1,000 Dogman stories. And if you go into these groups like I used to, lurking as they call it, I'm like, hey, what's up? You have a Bigfoot story or Dogman story? And this one guy, he's like, you're a lurker. You're creepy. You just pop up whenever someone has a Dogman story. And I'm like, yep, absolutely.
And
that's what I do, because I need to know. I mean, I need to know. But now people just send them to us. And of course, the queue is full of people trying to get in. I'm sorry, guys, you're trying to get in and tell your stories. But I'll bring on Dragon here, and
You're like a
and-
Jack in the Box in these Facebook groups. You just pop up whenever someone says, "Hey, I have an experience with it."
And then they think they're gonna offend me with it. You're like, you're lurking around trying to get these stories, you weirdo, with your 2 eyes and your nose and your mouth and your ears. Who cares, dude? Like, I don't really care what you think of me. I was like, I care what my audience thinks, and I like hearing about this stuff. And so, yeah, if somebody would talk about their story, I'd jump up and say, hey, you want to talk to me about it? And sometimes they did, sometimes they didn't. And you guys ended up hearing about it. Doesn't matter, how we got them or whatever. They act like I'm kidnapping these people and tying them down. Tell me your story, see? I'll burn you with a cigar in your eyeballs, eh? Yeah, make me smack you. Like, I'm not doing that. I just said, hey, can you tell me about this weird stuff that happened to you? And then they say, well, you're gonna think I'm crazy. I'm like, try me, because I've heard it all. Believe me, I have literally heard so much. One of the stories that we got, and then we were talking about this, was it yesterday or the day before? Was it the one was the day before? We were coming back from the gym.
Mm-hmm.
And we were talking about this. We have a story about a werewolf in someone's shed from Slovakia. And we were thinking about what we were going to call it. And Tony goes, because I mean, sometimes the people who give us the story can have a little input about it. And he said he didn't give a crap what we call it. It was just creepy stuff,
What's in the box?
What's in the shed? And so Tony's like, we could call it what's in Grandpa's shed or something like that. Anthony's like, I don't think people are gonna, or was that you that said it? And Tony's, one of y'all.
So what's in the shed?
What's in the shed?
What's in Grandpa's shed?
What's in Grandpa's shed? Tony's like, I don't think people are gonna respond to
stories of people having different homeless people that have like posted up at night in their sheds.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah. And that's the weird thing about this story is that who knows? Because I haven't had a chance to really flesh it out completely. I still need to contact this person and get them on Zoom or Skype. Because they speak good English. Enough they could type it, but I don't know how good they speak it. So I have to get in touch with them. But reading it, I just read it. And man, it was a long email, and then he added some more stuff that he goes, if you have any more questions, I'll give you the rest. And so was trying to go over it with Anthony and Tony, and it was just it was wild. So the gist of it, I mean, is basically who knows what was there living and how did it end up there, and also so those questions will be answered hopefully. But what was it? That's the question we don't know. And what was it that you caught on the ring cam there with your friends? Who knows? It could be anything. I was looking at that and I was just like, this is. I don't want to talk about when I'm looking at this because I might say something and then change my mind. So I'd be like, that's not it. What? That, well, you don't know. So you're just kind of like throwing stuff out there, and then you sound like a moron afterwards because you're like, oh, okay, so it was digital. You got me. Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. These ring cams are catching some weird stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And there's another story. I'm not going to get into this one, but do you remember we were working at Rolane? And the ring, remember they were stealing those doorbell things? So they put those cameras up and they caught something hopping around that looked like a bunny. Extra large bunny looking thing that was, I don't know what it was. It was after we were gone. I was just like, and what's his name? Chris had messaged me, says, hey, he was superintendent. He's like, do you want to take a look at something? And so I stopped by there one day and it was just, I can't tell you what it was. I mean, if you took a dog and a human and a bunny rabbit, that's all I can tell you. And you bred it together and real quickly you see it just hop. And this was back in 2017. I mean, I didn't have the ability to, I was going to get it and hang on to it. I didn't know I was going to be doing this. If I'd have known I was going to be doing this, we'd have all kinds of stuff, but I didn't know. But yeah, that's, thank you for that story. Do you have anything else for us before we go on to Dragon, Paul?
Maybe I'll save it for next week because I want the other people to be able to talk, but it's about some different encounters with the black goo that I want to run
Mm,
by you for sure.
okay. Yeah, for sure. All right. Thank you. All right, Sailor.
Mhm.
Don't be a stranger. You need to email me your information, okay? So we can stay in touch or whatever. So because I had no way to get in touch with you.
Okay, yeah, I'll for sure do that because I have a lot of stuff that I would like to talk with you about.
Yeah, yeah, and that's what I've been told. So for sure, definitely get my information. I know I'll see you around over there in Abe's chat too. You know, you're always there. You and Maddie and everybody were always over there listening to Abe. Abe has had a lot of encounters because of what happened to him when he was a child.
He's an experiencer.
He's an experiencer, and there are people that I believe are like massive experiencers. He's one of them because when he was a child, it's very simple. Everybody's like, "Well, how can that happen?" What happens is somebody's taken by a bruja, and they're used as a conduit, and then it opens up that eye. That eye doesn't go away. So his whole life, he sees things. He sees people, the stuff on them. I mean, it just happens. I've met a lot of people that are like that. Not a lot, but I've met some that are like that. You know. But Sailor, thank you, and I like your hat. I gotta say, I
Yeah, I
like.
wanted to point that out before I go. I got the
Yeah,
package the
paranormal.
other day.
Yeah,
Thank you so much for both of the hats. I really appreciate it. And I'm gonna post my little unboxing video I did to the group. So
cool.
yeah.
All right.
So
Well, I'm
all
digging it.
right.
I appreciate it. Thank you
Thank you.
for being a supporter. We'll see you.
All right. Bye.
All right, bye. So, Dragon Paul, what do you got for us? We don't have a lot of time, and I know been trying to get in, but what do you got
Yeah.
for?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, what's going on?
What's up, man?
So I got a couple ET experiences, sightings. Um, do we just go for it?
Yeah. How long are they? Because like I said, it's already at the 3 hour mark, and I have to go
They're
run.
not they're not they're not too long. One's like a lucid dream,
Mm-hmm.
and then I actually saw a craft right above my head.
Mm. Well, let's just do one for now, and then if you get in next week, if you get in on the queue, I'll throw you in first, so you can do more.
Okay, I'll do the
Yeah, you'll get priority next week.
Yeah.
I'll do the what I call the Dorito spacecraft.
Okay.
Mm,
The triangle.
So,
the
yep.
cool range aliens.
Yep. Go ahead.
So, quick little background. In 2020, I started like getting into some slow meditation.
Mm-hmm.
Fast forward 2023, I'm in Southern California. I'm laying on a, what do you call the beach, the lawn chairs in my backyard, and my eyes are closed. It's nighttime. It's summer, so it's pretty warm. So my head, I'm looking at the sky, but with my eyes closed, meditating, just chilling, really. To my back is the Pacific Ocean, like right behind me, and I'm looking north. Though my face is directed north,
Mm-hmm.
and so I'm just in my own mind, in my own world, and I get there's a weird sense, like, what's the word, static, sort of, and I just pop open my eyes to see what is that? Um, did a transformer pop or something? But right in front of me, I see a twinkle that looks like a star, but it turns out it's not, because it continues to move from behind me, uh, over my head, right above my, like, exactly, kind of just stops where I am, and it's pretty huge, all black. I could see that the black of it, three stars, and I could see the sky's a different type of black. You know, you could tell it's a jet black. And I actually like try to sit there and stay there and just because I'm kind of frozen in awe. But the crazy part, it starts to dim its freaking lights while it's right above me. So to me, that's kind of shady.
Mm-hmm.
And
You didn't hear anything, right? I mean,
dude, dead silent. Like
yeah,
not even. I
that's-
don't even hear the cars, and I'm kind of near a freeway. And so no, there's no sound. It's purely just me watching it. And oh damn, there's a star moving right now. And so it just turns it off slowly, and that's when I said, okay, maybe today's not the day. So I noped it back into my room. And when I came back a little braver, 10 minutes after, everything was gone. It was like it never happened. Sound was back. And I was just like, I couldn't sleep the whole night.
Mm.
It looked like a dense burrito, a Dorito,
yeah.
where you could actually see not texture, but you could just tell it wasn't very like it was not slim. What do you guys think it was?
Two things I can say. You want to say something before I get into it because it might be a long-winded explanation.
Yeah, well, I mean, the only thing I can say that I believe for sure is that these spacecraft they use, like, I don't think that they use these for interstellar travel, like from planet to planet or from galaxy to galaxy.
Yeah.
I think that they use these to travel for travel, like planetary travel, like it. That they'll use these to travel the Earth. You know,
Yeah, like a cruising ship.
yeah, exactly. But when it comes to traveling like light years, they'll use wormholes. That they don't need these ships. And
Right.
I've actually asked Wolf this question before, like out of my own curiosity, like what kind of propulsion system could they use that would allow them to just kind of cut through the air at any angle and not make any noise? Because the only other flying object that can just pierce through the air like in any direction is a drone, but it's gonna make it's gonna make a bunch of noise because of the propellers. And we talked about there being like a grid that's set up on the planet that they use, and they'll have like these different like points on planet Earth, but where they put these. And it allows them to tap into like some kind of energy field that allows that planetary travel. Kind of like what is that? Like those, I think it's like a bullet train, like the one in Japan that uses that magnetic tunnel to create like a high speed train, like something similar to that, but except that it's not on rails, you know. Like
yeah, it's from one
tapping
point
those
to
forward.
another point.
Mm-hmm.
Boom.
But yeah. What about you?
Okay, so there's a few things I want to say here. I want to unwrap this before I go. First, Red Sox says, "Where is the proof? Where's the proof to anything, dude? If you look under an atomic microscope, like I've said before, there's nothing there. We don't even exist. We technically, this isn't real. I mean, you know, according to this is a collective, agreed upon illusion."
Right.
When people ask questions like that about where is the proof, big, you know, I know what you're getting at. By the way, I like the Red Sox, you know, but I'm going to tell you this: there is no proof. There's no proof to anything. Even the video we just showed, is that proof of a being? No,
right.
not. I can't prove that I'm even here really talking to you. You could all be a simulation that was created by something that I smoked in another dimension. How do I know? You don't. The snarkiness, though, it's like, where is the proof? Well, there's a lot of different things that we have no proof of. He says, I see proof of Dogman. Where?
Somehow I doubt that, man.
I've seen Dogman, but can I prove it? I can't prove it to you. I could bring 5 other people that saw it that night, but they can't. One of them's deceased.
Even if you saw it for yourself, it's like, how do you prove that?
You can't prove it.
Well, with pictures, and then you just get told that it's a fake picture. With a video, then you just get told that it's a fake video.
Yeah, I even posted one of my daytime catches on your guys' Facebook, and you can't prove what it is. It's just gotta just be free. You don't have to hold on to anything like so tightly and angry. Like there's no proof.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
He says, but we all have cameras on our phones. Yes, and when the cameras when they're able to take a photo, what does it look like? It looks like this blurry, pixelated, weird thing. We can never catch it because it's metaphysical. I don't have proof of what happened to her when she had a near-death experience, but I believe her because it changed her profoundly from being a very angry person. But you say you can prove your address. You can prove your address in this world, but really and truly, do you really live there? I mean, and you could get down to the nitty-gritty and say, hey, because according to the laws of physics, we actually don't exist. So whose lucid dream are we in? You could go all the way down to the atom, and what's below the atom? There's nothing there. And
what is this reality?
What is this?
And the atoms aren't even touching, so that's another thing.
Yeah, you just took the words out of my mouth. Like no two things ever actually touch.
Nothing touches. Yeah, that's a shame because I've felt a lot of things in my life, and I'd like to think that I really felt it.
Right.
Like maybe I didn't. I don't know.
Because I heard, I know you, Josh. You play, you boxed, and I do Muay Thai kickboxing. So I like to think I've touched some people.
Well, your shins probably look like mine. Some of my detractors were making fun of the way my shins looked, and I'm like, yeah, that's because that just shows how ignorant they are. They have no clue what Muay Thai will do to your shins.
There's no
knotted up, and jacked up, and it's like, dude,
mess them up bad.
I don't have any feelings in them. Now, that's a myth when they say that you kick things until you don't feel. No, you just kick things until you get used to it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Until you get used to the pain.
Yeah, you get used to the pain. But I have these. If you were to run your finger up on my shins, like you could just feel where the not the bone so much, but the flesh goes down into dips and divots. It's just part of it, man. And I'll tell you this, folks, if you were into the fight game, you touched on something there, Dragon. What it is like there are 2 forms that you really want to learn. Kickboxing would be your stand-up. If I had to pick one, Muay Thai would be my stand-up. Because you can utilize the elbows and the knees.
Yes, sir.
And then the shin kicks to the lower leg are devastating. Believe me, you'll drop somebody. And if you get a good liver shot on somebody, man.
Oh yeah.
Bust their liver loose, they're gonna fall. I don't care who they are.
That hurts.
It hurts so bad. And then you can rupture kidneys, things like that. But
where's the proof? Where's the proof?
Where's the proof? Well, when the blood comes out of your pee hole, it's like proof.
It's like, oh man, take me to the hospital. Okay, bro, but can you prove
that
you're
really
pain?
Dying?
Can you prove you need a doctor? Where is the proof here? All right.
I don't believe you.
How do you prove to me that you have a ruptured spleen right now? Otherwise, I need to see some proof. Otherwise, I'm not calling no ambulance.
Now, let me get into before we embark on our journeys tonight. If you're gonna do your ground game, obviously jiu-jitsu became the go-to, but there's different. There's Japanese jiu-jitsu, which is the purest, and then there's Brazilian jiu-jitsu, which takes it and kind of turns it into a little more. But there's also I know a pretty good judo teacher. He's got a pretty good argument for judo, but I mean it's a lot of throws and grabs, but it depends on what you're doing. Now, for MMA purposes, boxing, kickboxing, definitely for your stand-up, obviously. Kenpo, people have talked about Kenpo. I took Kenpo for years, and it's a rapid hand strikes, and it really teaches you to just move in real quick and hit the pressure points because that's what you want to do. But if you incorporate that, but always temper it with this is going to go into my repertoire, not my repertoire. Does that make sense? And then the ground game. As a wrestler, there's freestyle, samba, and of course, Roman Greco, base in Roman Greco, and then throw the jujitsu in there. I would say Japanese jiu-jitsu. That's my preference, but that doesn't matter.
That's awesome.
People will start arguing about it all day long. There's different ways you can train, and I guarantee you, the person that has well-rounded will win the fight.
Oh yeah,
because you can come out there and be a great striker, but if they shoot, take you out, take your legs out from under you because you're not able to, because some stand-up guys don't even know how to sprawl. They can't even sprawl to defend themselves, and you just shoot real quick, and then you get an ankle on them, and it's over, like in 2 seconds. But
oh yeah,
now there are guys that go in there and they know how to sprawl and real quickly, like everybody's just learned it as standard. But back in the day, people didn't know what that was. So if you had a boxing, wrestling background, like I did originally, was boxing, and then I took wrestling, but that was just those two. And I had Kempo as a kid. Okay. So I learned how to do some pretty high kicks, some strong kicks, but you don't want your leg too high up if you're not fast enough to bring it back down because your balance is off. So it is a very cerebral thing too. People don't realize that. It can be kind of like a chess match. One of the things I tell people is this: there are two kinds of people. Unfortunately, there's very cerebral and very physical. You need to be both. And if you are a very cerebral person,
the IQ,
IQ, they tend to be very, well, actually, I don't need those things because I'm smarter than you. And then they get real offended and real upset when they're not smarter than you. And then it becomes hate and envy because not only are you physically superior to them, but then you're mentally superior to them. And that's a problem. So people tend to run into people and then they don't like you. That's a big problem. So then they say, he can't do the things he's saying. He's lying. Then you show them videos and they're like, well, okay, but I'm smarter than him. And then you prove them that they're not. Then they just, I hate you. And then that's it. And they go and start a campaign. So the problem is, though, instead of hating people who are better than you at things, you should admire them and try to learn from them. I used to go into the gym and I'd see these guys that were bigger and stronger than me. I'd go up to them and be like, hey, I see you deadlifting that truck. I want to do that. Can you show me the technique? Whatever. Sure. Now, once you're my age, you don't really need people to come up and tell you how to work out. You kind of you're there, and I'm not interested in learning any more than I already know. I'm not in the gym every day. I'll tell you the truth. I'm in the gym lifting weights and working out, but I'm not training fighting. I haven't done it in 3 years consistently. I don't need to. I mean, I'm 49 years old. Who am I fighting? I'm not going to be out there working in a club. I know what I know. I know how to do what I do, and I can take somebody down if they try to assault me or do something. But I'm not going to kid myself into thinking, oh, this guy's got a gun. Let me do this amazing move and take it. Let me disarm him. Because that's just the height of foolishness. And then people will talk about how they can disarm somebody with a knife. It takes one stab and you'll be dead.
But I saw Jet Li do it on a movie.
Yeah. I saw Jeff Speakman in The Perfect Weapon. He was just amazing back in the 80s.
Steven Seagal did it too.
I'm not him. And so you have to stop and give yourself, hey, pause. You're not the smartest person on the planet. You're not the strongest. You're not the fastest, but you're pretty good, and just take what you got and go with what you have. So many times with people, they have a ton of things in their life that are good. And then there's two bad things. They focus and dwell on the bad thing. It's human nature. And they want something that they don't have. And as soon as they acquire it, they're on to the next thing that they don't have. And they want that. And it just keeps on an endless cycle of wanting.
The programming.
Yeah. I mean, and instead of just running with the horses that you got, sometimes you just run with the horses that you got. You don't need it because sometimes it's just overkill to have certain things. Like back in the day, downtown, there were guys that each had a trick or two that they could use to neutralize somebody, especially somebody who was not prepared for it. The average guy down there fighting down there, and there's hundreds of clubs down there, bars, and it was rough at times. And some of them places were absolute slaughterhouses, and I know ours was. And you had guys at 1, 2, 3, maybe tricks that they could do, standing guillotine. That's something my brother, he absolutely mastered that. Rear naked choke, he was good at that too. Yeah. Overhand right, like a mofo, dude. He could knock you out. But me, I learned a lot of different tricks, a bunch, you know, and I had that back fist. I could do the spinning back fist like crazy. And I had another one, the hip lock. I've never had anybody that could defense that. My hip lock is real quick and smooth. Or you spin them around rear naked choke and you take them down and then lay them down.
Is that guy still alive?
Who?
The guy you gave the spinning back fist?
Oh yeah. Well, I've done it multiple times, and it was mostly in training. I only remember ever executing it in an actual street fight, maybe twice.
Yeah,
maybe 2 times, and I tried it once because I was drunk and completely missed. But it hit my elbow. I went too far with it. I did the low leg kick and then the spin, boom, and then the guy was just like, but it caught him off guard enough to where he backed up, and then that fight, just a bunch of people got in between us, and then it was just a bunch of talk, blah blah blah. And he was like, "I want my licks back. I want to get my licks back." I'm like, "Well, you're not going to. Too bad." And I felt stupid that he was even still standing, but I was slop drunk. You know, it happens. What are you going to do? You know? And then once I caught a guy, and I don't know if I knocked him unconscious or not because he dropped, but he got right back up. So I don't know. I'd like to think.
Yeah, it could happen in a second, and then they're back up.
Yeah, you don't know. And then I know I've done this. Like you get them down, you go for the ground and pound, and then you smack them and they wake up. And you're like, dang it, I went too quick on it. And they're like, oh man, this guy's awake again. The guy's like laying on his back up because it happened so fast and you're already in the moment of doing it. And you're like, it could have been over, but now the guy's awake and he's like, oh, you know, and then they go into that clawing at you because they think they're dying.
Yes.
Which technically I guess they are, but you're not trying to kill them, you're trying to incapacitate them. But
it does feel like you're dying when there's a black belt on top of you.
I can tell you, yeah. When you're getting choked and everything's going dark, that sucks. And I've never had it in a fight. I've had it in training. Yeah. There was a guy named Rick McGuffey who used to choke me to death every day. A little blonde-haired guy looked like Ricky Schroeder from Silver Spoons. And he's like, and he was so nice. It made me madder. He was like a dickhead bully.
Goofy little nice.
Those are the crazy. Those are the most killers in the gym.
Man, he'd come out there like the friendly assassin. Hey, man. It's a wonderful day to be training. And I'm like, I'm going to kill you. And he's like, you need to work on your ground game. Oogly doogly. And then he's choking me. And I'm like,
Ned Flanders.
This guy is choking me. And then he starts preaching to me about Jesus. He's big time into Jesus Christ. I mean, he was a good guy. He was a nice guy. And then I finally got him back. I said, look, let's do some stand up. Stop with this. Stop going to the ground. He goes, well, I can't
start over. Yeah.
Up, Wolf. I have to take you down. I said, so if we start standing up, let's see if you can take me down. He couldn't. And I felt vindicated. But, I wasn't even a purple. I was just there getting beat up. You're just sitting there going like, this guy's like annihilating me because he's a black belt in jiu-jitsu. And I had no respect for it at that time.
You'd be surprised in the real world how much just being a punching bag will translate so much better in the real world. Mm-hmm. You'll seem like the best. Yeah.
Yeah, because when I first started, all I knew is I could take a punch. Yeah, and so you start out and you're just kind of unrefined and you know how to punch. And the first boxing coach I had, he's like, you know how to take a punch. He goes, you kind of know how to throw a punch. He goes, but do you know how to throw punches?
Right.
He's like punches and bunches. That's what he taught me. And he passed away years ago, but his name was Matt Turner. He was a black guy, and he used to tell people I was his son. And they would be like looking at him, looking at me. And go, my son, man, my son. He was right, though. There were a couple things he told me. We went to go fight in San Antonio at this smoker, and he says, if you're going to fight in San Antonio, and he was honest, he goes, and you're not from San Antonio, he goes, you better kill that guy. You're going to lose. I knocked the guy down twice, and I lost. Couldn't believe it. Broke my heart. Same thing in El Paso when I was wrestling. If you're not from there, they don't care. It's like, well, oh yeah, this guy won. And like, he's unconscious. Yes, but you moved a certain way, and we gave him the points. It just the way you moved was not correct. The move. We're gonna take this guy to the hospital, wake him up, and let him know that he beat you. So El Paso and San Antonio, basically, if you're not from there, you ain't winning. Just forget it. So they take care of their own. That I learned that too. And then you go to other neighborhoods here in Austin. If you were at South Austin Recreation Center, You went to box at Pan Am Recreation Center. It was a whole or Bontopolis Recreation Center, whichever one you went to. I went to all of them. See, I had friends like my friend Tony Duran. He only boxed out of South Austin Rec, and then my other friend Lenny would only box out of Pan Am. One of my friends, Virgil, would only box out of Montopolis, and I told all of them, "You're making a big mistake." I was like, as we got older, I said, "Go to all of these clubs. Go to Venture. Go to Lords. Go to all of them, because you get to know all the fighters, and then people will be more apt to give you the W whenever you're fighting. They don't know you. There's no vested interest in you. They don't care if you win or lose. They don't give a crap about you. You could be laying there dying, and they're like, "Oh, does anybody know mouth to mouth?" No, okay, well, guess he does. But if a fight game though, if you get to know you, you're trying to kill each other. Maybe 1% of the time, 99% of the time, you're palling around your friends.
Yep.
That's how it is. You're friends. I had a guy, he came on the show. He was right across from me, and I beat him. But he beat the crap out of me, and I won because there was this picture I used to have. I don't know where it's at, but we're both throwing punches at the same time, but mine was just a second, about to connect, and I got him. That's not the punch that knocked him down or beat him, because I didn't lay him out. That was just the punch that connected to where I could get him off of me, and then I began to get on him. And it helps if you can beat somebody once before, because then you're already in their head.
Yep.
And that's life. That's life. If you've already done it before, why can't you do it again? That's the problem. A lot of people, when I was working downtown, there was this really big guy. I'm not going to say his name. We're really good friends now. But everybody thought he was the baddest guy on the planet, and he was a pretty bad dude. But I had fought him in high school, and I got the better of him. Now, that fight didn't finish. It didn't come to a conclusion. We were at Taco Cabana, and we ended up getting into it because they were making fun of me. And I said, "You want to go?" He's like 2 or 3 inches taller. He's a big guy. And I got the better of him, and then it got broken up. But I was convinced. I had stunned him. I knew I could take him. And everybody was like, "This dude's a killer. He's running 6th Street. He's a bad dude, blah, 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 blah." And I knew my only chance to make my mark was to go down there and whip his ass. And so I went in front of his club, and I made fun of him and said all kinds of stupid things until I got him to come out and fight me. And by the time he fought me, I think I was so far up in his head that I don't think he was prepared. He didn't want to do it. I think he was being like, yeah, I want to do this, because his friends were pushing him to do it. So they would peer pressured him, and they wanted to shut me up. And so then when it happened, he didn't get one lick on me, because I'd seen what he did with those hands. I watched him punch a guy, and I saw brain fluid come out of this guy's skull. Ooh. And I'm pretty sure that guy was unalived. I mean,
the pink mist.
Yes. Okay. So it was a big fight. Everybody was fighting. I wasn't involved. I'm sitting there holding my piece of pizza, and I'm like a teenager, like 18, 19. I'm like, whoa. And I saw him just hit this guy. And I was like, I don't ever want to get hit by that dude. And then I was like, I was drinking, and then I was like, maybe 2 weeks after that, I got into it with him. And so I was quickly the aggressor. I knew I had to. And I was like, open my big mouth. Because what happened was we were eating, and he was a friend of a friend. And he reached over and he grabbed one of my tacos, just started eating. He's like, what? And he, he used the N word, like, he's a black guy,
Right,
he's like, what you going to do? And I'm like, well, I'm going to whip your ass. And then my big mouth opened up and the words fell out. And I'm like, everybody was like, oh, whoa, what did you say? And I was like, you heard what I said. I'm gonna whip your ass. And I kind of laughed a little bit nervously, like maybe people would stop and go, "Oh, he was joking," whatever. And he put his hands in and goes, "Well, what's up then? Let's go outside then, fool. Let's go." He gets up and starts walking out, and I'm like, "Yeah, let's do that."
I'll be there.
Trying to go outside and get killed. So I went around the front, and they thought I was running away, but there was like this little gate right there, a little fence. And I went around and I opened up that other fence because I didn't want to walk up to where he was at, and I had no room. So I said, "Okay, come on." And so when he got within striking distance, I was like, bam, and I hit him really fast. And I was like, and I did him 3 times, like pow, 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 and just he
Combo.
fell. And he didn't get knocked unconscious, but he got up pretty quickly, and everybody got in between us. And there was a security guard. He came running over there and told me to go, whatever, you need to go, or I'm gonna call the police, whatever, blah, blah, blah. So I used it as my escape to go get in the car. And I had to take off. The security guard told me to, because he got up pretty quick. I don't know what would have happened. But a few years later, I started working downtown, and this dude, he tried to talk trash to me at a club, and I already didn't have the respect of the bouncers I had first started working with. They were like, yeah, work outside and pass out flyers, you know? And I'm like, this is not me. I'm not going to let these people do this to me. And so that guy was like the toughest guy down there, like in everybody's mind. And I was like, I beat this guy up one time. I kind of guess. Yeah. You know, I believed in myself. Nobody believed in me. I had friends trying to talk me out of it and thought I was crazy, but I just believed in myself. Nobody believed I could do it but me. And so
that's a part of the journey, is to believe in yourself.
We became friends after that, me and that guy. We've been friends for years now. And he was somebody that was just not to be messed with. Like after that years, I'd watched him over the years just annihilate people. And then there was this other guy that came along, and he came to me, this friend of mine, and he said, there's this guy wanting to fight me. I don't know if I can beat him. And the dude that was trying to fight him and was trying to mess with him, he looked like the Incredible Hulk. I kid you not. And that I eventually had to fight that guy for my friend, because my friend didn't know if he could do it. And I said, dude, you lost confidence because of what happened with you and I. I told him this. I said, wow. You've lost confidence in yourself. I've seen you beat up a lot of people, but they're not, you know, you're not the same person. And it's not because I did anything physically to him. I said, it got in your head.
Yeah. So you pulled the old Doc Holliday?
I ended up, kind of. I fought the guy. And there was about 50 people there. I mean, my friends are in the audience probably know. They were a bunch of my friends and some of his friends. And there were so many people that were there that they couldn't stand me, and they wanted me to get beat up finally. They were like, finally, he's going to, get his comeuppance. Dude, I put on a clinic on that dude because that guy was an unskilled fighter. He was a brawler. He was not a pugilist specialist. And I said, we're doing this from the waist up. He didn't want any kicks from me. He said, no kicks, no tricks. I said, all right, dog, no kicks, no tricks. It was him and I, straight up. And there were 5 of them. Their names all started with B. They called them the Killer Bees. Yeah. And Anthony knows. And we got into it, and I annihilated him. And I put on a show about it. It was a little overboard because I had to, but I didn't knock the guy out. Yeah. I didn't. That guy had a head of granite, and eventually he was down on his knee. And when I looked down at the ground, and folks, this is something, if you've been in fights, you'll know this. You could see the droplets of blood down on the ground. I could see it pulling around. And I said, dude, he's cut up. And so I put my hand on his shoulder, and he tried to throw my hand off. And I said, dude, it's over. I'm not going to fight you anymore. You're done.
Yep.
So then after that, it was about 2 weeks of butthurtness. He didn't talk to me. I'd go by his club, and he didn't say anything. And eventually he came out, and he goes, I want you to show me what you did to me. And I'm standing, I'm like this. I'm like, what? You want to do it now? And he's just like, no. I want to know what you know. He goes, tell me how you did that to me, fool. That's what I want to know. I don't want to be embarrassed, dog. And I said, okay. I said, all right, well, meet me over here at this gym. And I told him, and I said, meet me there. Be there at 5 o'clock. As soon as I'm done with the liquor count, I'll be over there, and I'll show you how to do that. I said, and I told him, I said, you got to promise me, though, that you're not going to run around doing this to everybody, because you have that anger in you. And I said, and usually people like you, they go one or two ways. It gets the better, get killed, or they kill someone. And I told him that. And that was the beginning of me coaching and training people. It just kind of developed organically, because after that, he said, and there was another guy named Kevin who became a tough man champion. And I trained him too. And so he fought at this place called Brawl the Hall, and it was downtown. And anyway, long story, but I ended up coaching probably 100 people. I had my own system, and I taught people how to work out and lift weights and I'll be honest, the lifting and the weights are for certain muscles to be able to facilitate incapacitation of your opponent. And so I kind of developed a little system, and I had quite a few people that paid me to do this. And now people mock and they say, yeah, you can't do nothing. They can talk all they want until you're in front of me.
Yep.
And you're facing, annihilation, which will happen. Don't talk. But I tell everybody there's more to the brain and less to the boot. If you are smart and you have a brain and God gave it to you, you're going to say, I know how to do all these things. I know math, I know science, I know history, I know languages. I can do all these things. What do I need to survive? I need to have a strong body. You need a powerful body. And,
Yeah.
you know, and I don't agree with Megatron's assessment. A warrior doesn't need a brain, just a big, strong body. No, I don't agree. And as Optimus would say, you're wrong, Megatron. You need both. Right?
Yeah.
We need both.
Yeah.
You need
what's
that
so
power.
smart about being weak? Nothing. There's not a single smart thing about allowing your body to languish.
The irony of the way Megatron thought was a weakness in itself.
Yeah. Short-sighted.
It's very short-sighted, and there are those that'll say, you to this day, they'll be like, you don't need a head. But if you see how fighters, when they take enough punishment in their head, they're not the same anymore because they've taken too much punishment.
Yeah.
And I'll take it a step further. I mean, you can look at this side of my face and see it doesn't match the other side. There's a reason for that. The reason my eyebrows have this right here is scar tissue, man. I got it on my eyes, and my jaw pops in and out of place. And there's days where my hip has been messed up. I hate to even know what it looks like, you know, and I have back issues. My elbow has been tore up. That's why I get the gout in it. You pay the price for, you know, rolling the dice. You know, that's basically what it is. And it is a roll of the dice when you go to throw down with somebody, because if you're fighting 2 or 3 people and they get you down and they just decide to start kicking you, you're dead. I mean, you might as well just go unconscious, you know, or they're going to destroy part of your brain and they'll be able to use it again. So you got to really think. I've done some crazy things throwing down with people by myself when there's 3 or 4, and it's just stupidity, I guess, maybe, or just the I don't give a damn, devil may care attitude, but you start punching and you just start swinging and you go to town and it works out. But it's not always that easy, and I don't recommend it for people because you're probably not my size, you're probably not my speed or my strength, and you don't have that fast twitch conditioning that makes you just go boom. You know, if you go look at my videos of me hitting the speed bag, you know what I'm saying. And there's a lot of people now. I'm 49 years old, and there's people saying, "Well, I'll kick your ass," and they're like 25. I'm like, "You probably will." Whoopie-doo. I'm over the hill at this point. What do I got? What do I give a shit? If you caught me in my prime, though, you absolutely would not. But now, there's guys out there that would totally destroy me, you know? And that's why Sam invented guns. I'm joking. but
And that's why our brain tells us that that's how we stay safe, not being stupid and jumping into anything like that.
Yeah. I mean, and that's why you really, that rear naked choke really comes in handy. You get behind somebody, and then it's almost impossible. You lock it in. I don't care what it's like a tarantula. You grab it on the right spot, those fangs become impotent and useless. If you grab the snake right behind the head, it becomes. I've never done, you know, either one to any. I tried to do it with a non-venomous snake just to see, and I was like, okay, I'm not really. Let me see if I can do this, and I tried. And then I tried to grab a tarantula and it turned real fast. I said, okay, no, I'm not doing that either. I've seen people do it. I believe it. I just, you know, your heart really has to be in it. But I think if I had to, maybe.
Yeah, just stick with chopsticks and flies.
Yeah, exactly. But like you said, I used to get beat up all the time when I was young. I got beat up a lot until I was, you know, until I was, you know, late teens, whatever. You get the hell beat out of you. You get your ass whooped. And that teaches you how to fight. You know, I mean, still to this day, I've never had anybody knock me unconscious, and I've been in lots and lots of fights. But I'm really heavy, you know, like it's hard for people to pick me up and just toss me. They can't, you know, and so that helps too. You can always use whatever you have body wise to your advantage.
Yep.
You know? But it all starts with this. If smart people, really smart people, would start using their head and say, hey, I need to build a strong body to go along with my intelligence. Imagine where the world would be. But a lot of this repressive, they don't go to the gym.
Yeah.
They think they already figured everything out. Maybe they have, maybe they haven't. But then it can become a weird psychosis. You know that people that work out are less likely to go kill people. They're not repressed. I know some crazy mofos, dude, especially over at Big Techs, dude. They'll walk in there and they're talking to themselves, dude.
Yeah.
That one guy on here,
Yeah, I know one guy in particular.
he's in there, he's just like, I'll kill
Yeah.
you, I'll kill you. Oh, and I'm just over there going, I'm lifting, watching this guy going, like, what?
Like, you can see him fighting his demons in there.
Dude, oh my God. Dude,
Like he goes in there to tune them out or something.
Yes. And then one time when because I had given him a card, when they're talking to Kanevsky, Russian gangster.
Mhm.
So I gave him my card. I didn't know he was throw it off. And Kanevsky, he's like, Kanevsky's crazy. And Kanevsky's like, that guy's crazy. You be careful watching. So this dude's over there working out. He doesn't know I'm talking about him because I don't work out there no more. But he's doing pull-ups. He's just like, next time. He said you could fly, baby. He's over there, and I'm just like listening, and I'm going like, I'm doing triceps, and I'm like looking at the mirror because I don't want this guy.
That glazed look in his eye.
Dude. And then he comes up to me, and he's all, hey, man. He's like, so I've been being abducted since I was a child. This has really happened. Anthony was standing right there. And he goes, are you guys a part of that? Are you helping them? Are you are you talking to me? And I'm standing there, and I'm like, oh, Lord God in heaven, please, Jesus Christ, I'm praying. I said, please don't make this guy be, because I heard him talking to Kanevsky about guns and other things. And I'm just like, dude, this guy walks around with his book bag. There's probably something in there. And I don't know what this guy's capable of. And he's built like a beast. And I looked at him. I said, sir, I have no idea what you're talking about. I said, I gave you a card one day. And I said, and he goes, well, I just need somebody to talk to. I said, okay, we can talk. Get in touch with me. He never did that I know of. I don't think it was him. But I was hyper paranoid for a little while there. I quit going in late at night because he was there. And I just thought, I told Anthony, I said, this guy is probably not on the news because he's in there working out.
Yeah.
And then the next time I saw him, he came up to me and he says, hey, man, I'm sorry I didn't email you. He goes, but if you have a phone number, I'd like to talk to you. And I said, okay, when we're done working out, I'll give it to you. And I didn't. And I was just putting him off at that point, but I was going to, but he told me later on, and when he was getting ready to leave, he says, hey man, I'll catch you next time. And then he said, I just working out keeps me sane.
Yeah.
And I thought, ooh, okay. Yeah. Cause there's some people that if they're not in there. So imagine somebody who's super hyper cerebral. They're really, really smart. They're hyper intelligent, probably got an IQ of 150 and above, and then they don't go to the gym. They don't do anything physical.
Mm-hmm.
Where do you think all that energy is going?
Yeah.
It's going inward. It's going out into the, and so these people, Valerie says he should switch to decaf. I did.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, can you imagine people walking around and they're just like, and the demon is on them. You're being betrayed, like whatever.
Yeah. I mean, physical fitness, like strenuous, intense physical activity, that is a form also of taking care of your mental health. And people really don't seem to grasp that. And it's such a simple concept. Exercise helps your brain to function. It helps to keep it healthy. So again, there's nothing smart about leaving that potential for your brain. There's nothing smart about leaving it on the table. When someone tells you, hey, if you learn how to lift weights and be physically fit and physically active, that will help your mind to function. And you're just like, nah, I don't want to lift weights. I don't want to go to the gym. I don't want to. Well, then you're not that smart, and I don't respect you. So, I mean, seriously.
Well, it's called the physical realm for a reason. Action is the language of this place.
Yeah. And time is its currency, time, when you go into the gym and you spend that hour to 2 hours in absolute agony and pain. Let me tell you something. You think muscle pain, do squats, right? Then go and get on that hack squat and then do the leg press and then do the leg extensions and the leg curls. You'll feel it. Or do really, really intense bench or shoulder press. Then come back and tell me about pain, or have gout. You'll learn a new level of pain like you've never experienced. I was actually doing experiments with the gout on how much pain. I think I actually passed out. And Anthony, you and Nelly both can kind of confirm that. I'm pretty sure I did because I was muttering Bible verses.
Yeah.
And I went unconscious and I woke back
You were
up.
like in another realm.
I was in so much pain and I was talking to God and I was like, God, forgive me.
Under the squat rack or where?
No, with gout. I had gout.
Oh.
No, not doing squat. I'm saying squats though will give you a level of pain in your muscles.
Yeah.
Like you feel that sort of like the only thing I can compare that to that feeling that you get that rushes over your body and you get hot when you're doing that kind of really deep seated squats or deadlifts. The only thing I can compare that to is when you do the deep breathing with the Wim Hof. I'm telling you, folks, you do the Wim Hof, you do it like I do up to 3 minutes. Today, I had to, I'm just going to say this, I had to urinate so bad I didn't finish the 3 minutes. I got to 2 minutes, 40 seconds, and I'm like, I could have probably done it, but I had to go real bad. And so I just got up and said, to heck with it. I did the 15-minute breathe, hold or whatever, and then I went in 15 seconds. So you do these 30 to 40-minute breaths, and they're like, like that, right? And you do them like 40 of them or 30 or whatever, whichever. And then you do a minute and a half. Then you do 2 minutes. You do 2.5 minutes, 2.5 minutes, 3 minutes, 3.5. The most I ever got was 3.5 minutes. I haven't gone beyond 3.5 minutes. And when you finally let that breath out, and then when it comes to an end, you have to breathe in, right? So as soon as it comes to an end, they're like, breathe in. And then they tell you to hold for 15 seconds. And during that 15-second cool down, where you're holding your breath for that 15 seconds, your body from the crown to the tips of your feet, you're just like, oh my gosh, you're just feeling like, I don't know how to describe it. It's not euphoria, but it feels like you're on the verge of leaving your body.
Yeah.
And you're just going like, whoa, dude. And dude, I'm telling you, when you're finished with that, you're just like, oh my gosh. And then the video will tell you, don't stand up, stay seated, dummy. Because some people have to be told to stand up and go unconscious. And they'll be like, and then they'll like move around your fingers and your toes, blah, blah, blah. And then as soon as I do that, I go and I get in the shower for 3 to 5 minutes, usually about 5 minutes.
Cold water.
Cold shower. And you can handle it because that heat, your body temperature changes, and people flip out when their body temperature changes, but that's your body adjusting, and that heat, it'll help you. And so then that cold doesn't do as much to you. And then I have the most amazing workouts after that too. Like that later on that night when I go to the gym, I hit it and I do really well. And they'll ask me, like, if you look at my face, and this isn't a bragging thing, whatever. I didn't mean for this to turn into a whole thing, but I don't look 49 and I'm not drinking adrenochrome, I got a little bit of scar tissue up here, but I look younger than I am. I don't have a whole bunch of gray. My hair is not dyed. And if you were to stop and look at me, you would think I was probably like, 40 maybe, or something, but I'm 10 years older than that. I'm almost 50. I'll be 50 in July. And if I'm in the gym, people are shocked because they see me working out and they think I'm a younger, whatever. And there is a reason for that. I'm telling you that lifting weights, breathing correctly, taking cold showers, and now with the red light therapy, what they've discovered, how that is changing too, because it the collagen, the production, it stimulates to get rid of scars and whatever. And so you do those things, massage your body out, keep it flushed, drink lots of water. My wife, thank God for her, she makes this juice cleanse thing I take every day, and I complain sometimes because it'll make me go to the restroom, and I'm just like, man, I gotta go. But it's good stuff, and that'll keep you alive. But some people would say, if you're giving up all the things that make you want to stay alive, then why then what is the point? But I say this, I want to learn. I want to know.
Oh, yeah.
I want to know everything. I'm addicted to learning.
Yes, same here.
Yeah, and I hope everybody out there is too. And Dick Richards had said is the best way to get rid of negative energy. It is the best way to get rid of negative energy. So here's what I'm going to tell you about your spaceship thing. All right. And
Oh yeah.
this sounds crazy, but it is a spacecraft. And what it is there's two things. Those typically come from what would be the not the Greys. Those are Drake's ships. Okay. It is a very terrifying thing because the Draco are a very hostile reptilian race.
Oh yeah.
Some of those have been back engineered. And I think that those were given over as part of the deal so that we could use them in the military. But I don't think we were given all the parts. So in other words, like if you get somebody a bag of Legos and you're like, this bag of Legos will build a land speeder from Star Wars, right? But it's missing its flux capacitor. It's a make-believe thing. But yeah. And then you're going like, how do we do this? Because the Drakes aren't going to give you nothing for free. But now you've given them a free hand to do whatever they want. Well, we got to stop them. How? The only thing we have over them is absolute sheer numbers. And they're trying to kill as many of us as they can because the people that are working for the overlords are doing that.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a long-winded explanation, but that's true. It's the truth. I'm telling you, folks, it's the absolute truth. The Drakes have suckered us and duped us, and the governments of this world are dominated by them. There is a king of these beings, one of them anyway. He lives beneath the earth. He calls himself the king of this world. Think about that. Part of the 27 Club. You know who I'm talking about?
The Lizard King.
Jim Morrison.
The Lizard King.
He would go on stage and he admitted this in an interview. If you go and you could probably find it, he says, I don't sing, there's another that takes over, and takes me over and sings through me. And then he's up there and he's like, I am the Lizard King. Well, what is that? And he claims that he died in the desert. Remember, he's got the native spirit came and all this other stuff. You stop and you look at all this and you think this is all just a bunch of gobbledygook that people are spitting out in music. Well, but you don't get Diabolus in Musica.
Mm-hmm.
The devil's in the music. I'm telling you, people don't understand this. And those reptilians, those are their ships. But those big ships, depends on how big they are. How big was this one that you saw?
From the distance. Well, I mean, I've seen little crafts before this. This was the biggest and the closest. That's why I tell this story, because it was right above me. And another thing I wanted to point out, someone told me that maybe the lights didn't turn off, but maybe it went upright and shot up.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, maybe.
Yeah.
But I would say it's hard to explain.
Yeah, because I would say this: how big it was is going to determine what it's got inside of it. Because these bigger craft, when people see these ships and they look like they're in like 5 or 6 of them, and there's one in the middle, it's kind of a trick of the eye. You think they're all about the same size. They're not. That bigger ship is spitting out those smaller ones. Those balls of light that are coming out of it, those are actual craft. And you're just seeing like the light from it, and it's irradiated. And it does give off a large amount of energy. The heat signature is off the charts, and it's radiation. But a lot of times they will use a propulsion system here within our atmosphere to get to when they get higher up, up in the atmosphere, whatever. When they are lower and closer to the ground, it looks like they're just moving all over the place. But let me tell you something, folks. You have to hear what I'm going to tell you. And you're going to think, man, and once again, you're going to think I'm crazy. Go and do some research on this. Please don't just take my word for it. And if you think I'm wrong, tell me I'm wrong. They're following a grid. You ever heard about these spacecraft where they go and they do these squares, these right angles?
Right angles?
Right angles. They're moving right angles. Do you know why? Because that's a grid.
It's like they're following.
They're following. It's like a train, dude. I'm
currents
telling you.
underwater or something. You know.
The first guy that came on, we were talking about trains. And here they are.
Yeah.
It's like a train, and they're on a track, and they're just zigzagging or whatever, and they're following, yes, ley lines. They're following the ley lines. There is an etheric atmosphere. Yep. Once you get to the top of the world, I know this sounds crazy, but when you get to the top, up there to the top of the world, it gets less and less and less. Then they use a propulsion system that's magnetized. They bounce it off, and it comes back. And they're using it. It's this atmospheric, like it's their own created interference. And it's hard to explain. It's like self-perpetuating energy, right? Because it exists, I'm telling you. So when they're doing these squared movements, like, you know, you're just like, wow, no, they're following the ley lines. I mean, people have told me this 100 times, and I tell them the same thing. That's what it is. Mm-hmm. That's why they're doing that. And it looks like they just fly, and you're very well aware. You're cognizant. Typically, if you have half a brain, you're like, well, that's not a plane. It's not a chopper. We don't don't do that. They got to go like this, you know. And so that doesn't, ours don't work that way, but theirs do. And then they can come up off of it because these things are cut into squares. I'm not even joking. They can come up off of it and kind of hover this way. It kind of looks like they're because they're balancing in between the grid, and they get back on it and they move around it. And so that is literally what they're doing. And people, I'm telling you, that's what they're doing. That's what, and I've told many people that, and I've had people argue with me from the ufology. Well, no, they're doing this or doing that. I'm like, well, dude, obviously you're not as smart as you think you do. You don't know physics. If you're telling me that you don't believe that, don't believe it. Yeah. But that's what it is. And it's the energy from within the earth. And then it connects to the ether, which is above us. And that is the other realms that I was talking about. When you go into these other realms, you know, there's a whole world that we don't see. It's the unseen. And it's all connected. And when you start breaking it down into this compartmentalization, well, how the hell are you ever going to get anywhere?
Yep.
And, you know, there's people that they'll talk about Bigfoot as soon as a gnome is seen. Oh, forget it. I don't want to hear it. And they'll shut down. They're going to be the most ignorant people ever. And they have channels. They go and they start channels, and they're like, we're going to talk about this bullshit. And they're never getting to, no offense. I mean, but seriously, it's bullshit. They're not getting to the root of it. Why is Bigfoot seen in these same places where people have ghosts? Why are people seeing them in these places that are known for hauntings? Or they're known for UFO hotspots? I mean, why is it that people live in haunted houses and they'll see UFOs? Jesus Payan comes to mind. You know, he was an alien abductee. And you'll interview people, and I'll ask them. They'll tell me about their dogman story. I was like, were you abducted? Yes, I was. Okay. Tell me, because there you go. It's right there. There's the abduction that starts, and then these people see these things, and they have these, you know, they get, you know, they can see spirits. Weird story somebody gave me where they were on a ship, and the aliens, they could sense them, but they couldn't see them. They were out of their...
That's crazy that you say that, because my lucid dream, I get taken out of my ceiling, but I don't see the craft.
Yeah.
But I'm up there floating.
Yeah. We all float down here too.
They all float.
We all float down here.
Georgie.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So it was good talking to you, man. Come back and retell your other stories, what you got, you know, whatever. We'll get into it again, and maybe we can do some more stuff. I see Kevin Murphy. I see you, and I see Paranormal.
Thank you, guys.
And all the people that were in the I'm sorry, guys, that we didn't get to you, but we were it's 4 hours now, man. And I got to bounce, and we got to record the show for tomorrow. Before we go, the people that are in green, I mean, you guys are the members. We don't have a lot of time right now, but I'll get you guys on Wednesday. Okay. What do you guys want to hear about? Because I'm thinking about doing a paranormal potluck for Tuesday, for tomorrow. I mean, I don't know if you guys just want to hear a series of stories. I mean, like I could throw 4 or 5 in there maybe, or. See what they say. And Tony says, come back next week if you weren't able to get on. For sure, come back. And we'll do it all over again. And then, of course, Wednesday, we'll be retelling people's encounters. And then Friday, we retell people's encounters. Or we have a guest, sorry. We'll be talking about the end times on Friday. And then Sunday, we'll be back with our flagship show. Wednesday, though, is pretty much just like Sunday. It's a pretty big crowd, too. Paranormal Potluck is awesome. Surfing Spirit Bear says. Not Watcher says, anyone want to discuss Antarctica? Ooh, there's a lot to unwrap there, dude. Do you mean the ice wall? Is that what we're talking about? We're talking about the ice wall. Aquatic cryptid, Joe. That's something we haven't talked about them since the woman's story from Galveston.
Yeah,
I talked about it with one of the people there at the conference, the Paracon. But sky creatures or I was thinking about, there was one that we had that was a pretty good gargoyle story. I say gargoyle. They didn't tell me that's what it was, but I think that's what it was. There's all kinds of stuff.
The gin is cool.
Well, they're not cool, but
No. I know. Go
to Petra and tell me that.
Someone told me that they gin protect the vaults of the Vatican.
Yeah, because down below the Vatican, do you know what's below the Vatican, or what was?
The books.
The books, a lot of books. The books are above that, actually. Right below there, down in the dungeon, is the St. George's Keep. And, and the story, the legends off of whatever, that below the Vatican was where. Now, I don't know if this is where they got it from or whatever, but it's been rumored for a long time that there was stuff underneath there. But there's a guy that actually did a book about it, and it's, the older bestiary, whatever. And I showed some of the pictures that on my phone from the pictures that were supposedly taken back in the 1800s of the St. George's Keep creatures, what they looked like. And they supposedly had an entire menagerie down there. It's been talked about a lot, but there's also, the Kaaba, in Islam, there is supposedly something very similar below the Kaaba in Mecca and in Medina. And then you have the giant well in Bahamut, and then you have the other one in what's it called? Baalbek. Baalbek's another place. Petra. Akina Zara is another place. Zarachina. Different places around the world. Wherever you go, there's going to be stuff like that. There's one in the dragon, the mouth of the dragon. There was a story we were going to do. Did we ever talk about this? I don't know if we talked about it on the show. I don't know if we did it, but it was the dragon people from China.
I don't think we talked
What were
about
they?
that.
What are they called? The Xinjiang.
Mm-hmm.
And there was a guy whose story, and I had fleshed that one out and was ready to go, and I don't know what I did with my notes. But it was the Xinjiang or the Xianjiang, and they are the dragon people. They're the children of the dragon, as they're called. And that area has been cordoned off by the Chinese government. They don't want anybody going there. And there's a city there called the Forbidden City.
Mm-hmm.
And it's called the Forbidden Zone. And it is in China. It really is. And they are very particular about foreigners. If you go, they'll lock you up. There was a guy that used to work for them, and he told me the story. He's native of Hong Kong, and he wanted to leave, and they told him no, and he ended up being conscripted into the military. And he worked for them for a while as a contractor for the CCCP, and pretty weird stuff what happened to them. And he says the heading of his email was like, I worked for or he said, I worked black ops for China and was nearly killed by dragons. So
Wow.
it caught my eye, and I was like, whoa, what is this? And so we began to talk, and it was weird, very weird stuff. So we need to get into that at some point. We need to do that one. Maybe we'll do that one on Wednesday. I don't know.
Yeah.
We'll see. It's already fleshed out. I already got all the information. I just got to find my notes because there was a bunch of different stuff. I don't know if anybody's in the chat can remember, but what I had said, there were several different stories we were going to talk about. I lost those notes.
No.
So I don't know where they're at. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, because Ptolemy was his best general, but Ptolemy was also his illegitimate half-brother. And that's why the Ptolemies ended up taking over Egypt, because he had a claim to it, because he was related to Alexander. Yeah, interesting stuff. So anyways, folks, thank you for tuning in. Thank you to those that are left here. I got to run, man. I'm out of here. But thank you so much for showing up, and thank you to those that, no donations.
Later, guys. I might head out too.
Yeah, Dragon's like, oh, donation, see ya.
No, but thank you. You know, I'm an up and coming podcaster, and I just really look up to what you guys do. So
Yeah, well, I
Thank you.
appreciate it, man. What is your podcast? What are you doing?
it's paranormal and spiritual. It's called Star Blood Chronicles.
Star Blood Chronicle. Is that what that is up there?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I was going to ask about that, but I didn't know if it was a band or what it was.
No, I created that. My little design.
Thank
But
you
yeah,
to Two
thank-
Shadows for being the donator tonight. At least somebody did, because I don't want to. I'll never hear the end of it. He didn't get one donation because he's up there talking like the devil.
Up there blaspheming.
He's blaspheming like the devil. So yeah. So anyways, thank you guys for tuning
Thank
in.
you.
Come back next Monday and we can talk some more. All right.
All right, for sure. Thank you. Bye bye.
All right. I'll see you. Bye. So at least we didn't go empty-handed. Two Shadows saw to that. I haven't been shut out yet. We came close. We came close tonight. We were almost shut out tonight. That would have really sucked. Victor has a question here. He says, "Are there good crypto, Wolf? Would crypto as in crypto to buy? Are you talking about crypto as in cryptids?" And somebody else had a question I saw earlier. They said, how come it is that when you see these other dimensions, the beings are always evil? I can answer that. Typically, thank you for that donation, Surfing Spirit. We appreciate that, Spirit Bear. Okay, he says, Victor says cryptids. I'll start with that question. I'll tell you, are there any good cryptids? What is a cryptid to you? Because the cryptids that most people talk about are these sort of angry, violent, mean, menacing. 90% of the stories we get are that kind of whatever. I would say probably if you're thinking of a cryptid as a dogman and a Bigfoot, no. Now, the Arabs or the Berbers or people from the desert and the Levant, they will tell you that there are jinn, and there's good, there's neutral, and there's bad. They'll say that there are good ones and that there are bad ones and that there's everything in between. I say this, whether they're good or bad or they're not, you can't trust it. That's like, oh, my dog won't bite you. So says you. But your dog is a Caucasian shepherd, and they are known for tearing people apart. And if you do something to offend it in one wrong move, you could be, a statistic. I'm not going to go up to somebody with a pet gator, and people do have them.
Mm-hmm.
Or a shark in a tank and go, I'm going to go swim with that. And then when it bites me, oh, man, you said your shark was tame and friendly. Yeah. There are people who thought that bears were a fun idea. So they got their head ripped off. No. Let's get a chimp. It's only going to eat the soft tissues of your face and genitals.
And give it Xanax and wine.
Yeah. Let's give it booze and some speedball.
Mm-hmm.
And see how it goes bonkers. This is the thing. You don't even have to do that. They'll do it on their own.
Yeah.
So these monsters, or whatever you want to call them, even if they are animals, stop and let's think about this for a second. If this is a monster that is a flesh and blood creature and it is just an animal, Is it not wild? Do you see anybody walking around with them as a pet, moving up and down? I've heard of one case. I've heard of another, but I didn't believe it. But I heard of one case in particular, and he could never fully trust it, and neither could anybody in his family. And I don't think it was as much a pet as it was sort of an oddity that just hung around by their house. Probably from the inner. In fact, I know it was from the inner earth. It wasn't a werewolf. That's the only thing I can say about that I know for sure. I can ask you this question. Does this thing walk around on two legs and act like a human? If it does, then it's probably a Nephilim. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Would you consider it an animal?
No.
Abracadabra says we should talk about thought forms like Slender Man. Yeah, there's a whole phenomenon. Nick Redfern wrote a book about it. I talked to him about it. Think about it, though. I mean, if these things are animals and they're roaming around, they're still going to be very violent and aggressive because they're wild.
Mm-hmm.
So I would say no. Just err on the side of caution and think that there are no good ones. And when somebody tells you that they've habituated one, what is that getting in return? Because it's not going to hang around and be nice for long if it's not getting what it wants. They're used to subjugation, whether it's them or something else. And they live in a world and a hierarchy of subjugation, subjects and lords.
It's not in your best interest, put it that way, to assume that any cryptid is good or has your best interests in mind, because you have to ask, like, what is this creature's motivation for being nice to me? Like, what do they gain out of it?
Yeah, and then somebody who answered the question of somebody earlier, I don't know if I could find it, and then I got to bounce for sure here. But they said, are all of these entities evil? I don't see the question, but somebody in the chat had asked me if these entities were evil. Why is it that whenever somebody goes to these other dimensions, they run into it's a very simple answer to that is they're not always evil. It depends on that elevator we were talking about that runs sideways.
Mm-hmm.
Where do you get off? If you get off on the next closest levels, that's what you're going to run into.
Yeah.
You will more than likely run into entities that are, you heard that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You are going to run into entities that, for the most part, are evil because they're on the lower vibrational plane. The ones that are closest to us, they're running on negative fuel typically. We are closest to the lower vibrational entities. One of the worst things, and people don't understand this, the music that we listen to draws them in particular drum beats being lower vibration. You remember how bass became a really popular thing in all this music back in the 80s?
Mm-hmm.
In the 80s and 90s, in particular the late 80s to the mid 90s, it was very popular and fashionable to ride around with a vehicle that didn't even have a back seat. It was just big old speakers were going.
Yeah. And it was only the bass that was amplified to that
That's
degree.
all it was. Do you know how many attachments you're drawing to yourself by doing that? Just take one of those speakers and play bass in your backyard and put it on the ground.
It's like a beacon.
And if you're stupid enough to do it, go do it. Okay, it's a beacon. You don't need a what's it called? The horn, the shofar horn. You don't need the shofar horn. That's a beacon too. The people, here's the thing. The people that talk about this and do this, they don't know why it works. They just know that it does. I'm going to tell you why it works. Because these entities, they're following vibration. They follow the lower vibrational field. There is a vibrational field that's chest level to a lot of us, right? And then there's a higher level, then there's a more higher level, and it's a grid, right? And these UFOs, they move around, they do what they do. But these lower entities that are just below the surface, in particular, they feel those vibrations. You know, snakes and spiders, they don't hear like we do. They feel. if you don't want to get bit by a snake, step hard, walk hard. I'm serious. It'll make them move because a lot of them, they don't want to encounter you. You're too big. They're not prey to them. You're too big.
Yeah, they feel the vibration and
So
go
they
away.
flee. So if you're going to learn anything here, this is it. You need to understand something. These vibrations and a lot of this music, this young people in particular, they love. My generation did it too. They love the bass and them drum beats. Bass, how low can you go? You know, there's a whole song. Death Row, What a Brother Knows. I could sing that whole song. Public Enemy. But there you go. The whole thing was about bass and getting rid of the trouble. There's even a song where some girl, she sounds so annoying. Bass, no treble, whatever. She sounds like she's got an IQ of 11. But it's just, 11. It's 11.
It goes up to 11.
It goes up to 11. That's what makes us different. Spinal Tap. It goes up to 11. But no, that's a joke. But it is true though. That bass that they glorify and they talk about it and they talk about it. They want that bass. That bass brings them to you. That bass that you just sit there and you play is going to get you an attachment. I'm not even joking. And then there are certain chords in treble that'll do certain things. So that's the key right there. You got to be careful. When you're talking about the low level drum beats, that's what's going to bring something to you. So, yeah, and somebody just said principality of the air. There it is. So if you notice, though, our culture has been inundated with these frequencies that will absolutely hem you up. That's why it's important to get rid of a lot of this crap. You know, keep it out of your life. You don't want it. I had to get rid of some music that I liked back in the day. And I was like, I got to get rid of this, you know. I still like some stuff, you know, man. I still like old Run DMC and some of that old music. But, you know, in moderation.
And I stopped listening to a lot of aggressive music.
Get you hyped up. But, I mean, you got to be real careful with bass. Why do you think drum beats, you go to different parts of the world, you know, with these more primitive people and everything is a drum beat? It's a lower frequency, lower vibration because it puts them in touch with their ancestors, their spirits. No, those are demons, dude. That's what they are. But anyways, I got to go, folks. I got to run. It's been 4 hours. It's been fun. We got to go tomorrow. We are going to try and get a show done so we can get it out for tomorrow. We got to record. Still not sure what all we're going to talk about. So we're going to get that done now. I'll see you. Good night.